Good evening, guys. I'm gonna mute my YouTube side. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. Hey, Guardian Fitness, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? I hope your week has been good. Hey, PB, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Hey, Guardian.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Guardian Fitness stream.
Good to see you, Guardian. Always nice to have you. Hey, Adonir, good to see you. How are you doing? Hey, Grace Johnston, good to see you. How are you doing? And PB, you know the drill. Link into StreamYard link is in the top of the chat as usual. So you know the drill. Feel free to join me, brother. Six in the house. That's awesome. We wait a couple of more minutes and see if there will pop in some more people before we get into today's topic. I'm hanging in there waiting on spring and patiently. Okay, you want the heat, right?
This is such a smart topic too, Shadow. Well chosen. Like, this is definitely a topic that has a large amount of utility.
I immediately started thinking of all the cool ways I know about cooking, like how to cook.
It's really a lot of fun. Like, there's so much, because obviously there's such a deep dive. So there's a lot that we can chat about.
Yeah.
Plenty. Hello, Preparedness. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Good to see you, brother.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, good. Hope you're all doing well. You had a good week.
Yeah, it has been a pretty good week, actually.
Hey, Guardian.
I feel a pretty bit sore in my body, but I'm not used to the jiu-jitsu training. So,
you've been doing some of the Guardian challenges.
No, jiu-jitsu training.
Oh, well, what's that then?
You should so
That
make
is
videos
fun.
on that, Shadow. You should so make videos on that, buddy. Like, if you can, and if you can, when you're comfortable, please make videos and train us alongside with you, because I'd love to learn more about jiu-jitsu. I actually like jiu-jitsu myself.
Oh, did you say jiu-jitsu?
Jiu-jitsu.
Ah, right. I misunderstood what you said there. Oh, good.
There are jiu-jitsu and jiu-jitsu, so that's two different styles.
Right. Yeah, good. Yeah, well, when you start anything new like that, you know, even if you've had a break for a while and you come back to it, you're always sore after the first couple of weeks, especially if it involves tendons and ligaments and joint movements and stuff like that.
Yeah, I got a burn here from the mat.
Right. Fabric mat.
That comes from the training.
Yeah.
And on my elbows, I have one there.
You want to watch it because you'll get to the stage where
one there.
You'll get to the stage where you're training that much that you'll end up with some altercation. You won't be able to do anything because you're already battered and bruised from the training.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. It's always good. I mean, you know, a lot of people just vastly or underestimate training and even reading and learning and stuff like that, and physical training, and yeah, it's super stuff. Now, I mean, you know, Guardian will know all about that sort of stuff, and you're constantly doing it. So yeah.
Hey James, good to see you, brother. How are you doing?
So how's the weather down there, Guardian? Is it still nice and sunny?
That's brilliant.
It's awesome.
It's really good. Yeah.
It's the best. Today's 31. Today was 31 degrees.
When isn't it, right?
So
31 degrees.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
31 degrees Celsius. So it was like a hot day.
So
It was
nice.
Awesome.
It was
I could-
brilliant. It
I
always
could
is.
feel I could feel Shadow cringing at 31 degrees there.
Wait, as soon as you mention 31 degrees Celsius, I'm already sweating.
Yeah.
We love it. I
I
absolutely
tell
love it.
you,
I'm
20
hot reptile. I love the sun. I could like bask in it.
well, I suppose you get used to it, and yeah, I mean, but
Yeah,
I
you
mean, we get so many fluctuations here. I mean, at the moment here, 2 weeks ago it was -5, which doesn't sound too cold, and the wind was howling, so you got wind chill on top of that. Today, beginning of February, it's plus 13, plus 14 degrees C today, and that massive difference, you can't adjust to it. You can't ever get acclimatized to it, and that's what's so, that's why the British always talk about the weather, really.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
shall we go into the topic now? We have waited long enough, so we
Yeah,
have
yeah.
7 in the house.
We can, but we're first in doing introductions for the first 10 minutes.
And is CR going to join? Is CR going to come tell us about ways to cook that he knows about?
Yeah, go on, see. I'll jump in.
Come on. Hello.
He's waiting to tag team us at half 9. You see.
Already greeted, so we know he's there.
Yeah, don't wait until 11 o'clock, CR. Come on. Join us for a good panel this evening. We know that there'll be an amazing time.
There was a 5.1
Wow.
earthquake in
That's
Detroit,
crazy.
Oklahoma last night. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
that's a big
tough.
one. Yeah. Also, there's
CR says, be right back.
Right.
there's some crazy things happening at the moment around the world. This year looks very, very interesting, and that can lead us to our first topic. Absolutely. I was joking about the first 10 minutes ice breaking. That's a long time for ice breaking. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of really cool stuff to it. What I will say lastly about just about the last topic, like on the weather topic and how things are. So it's just been really nice to have consistently good weather for gardening as well, for growing crops and that. So like for self-reliance and that, it's really nice.
Yeah.
And that does actually bring us to how to cook without electricity because of the weather, right? So the weather that we have here is very accommodating to the types of cooking that we'd be able to do. From our side, there is plenty. Do you want to go first and explain some of the ways here locally that, because I would rather listen to your voice than mine, and I'm sure that there are people similar to that have a similar opinion about it.
I mean, obviously, the weather and the temperature has a big impact on what you're able to do. But like some really cool stuff. Like as soon as I saw the topic, my first thought was like of a parabolic stove. I don't know if you know what it looks like. It's basically like this big, like mirrored dish.
You can bring one up.
That directs a beam of sunlight, which you can do pretty much in any temperature. It just needs to. Yes. Well, yeah, it's solar. So you just need to have like sunlight, and you can use it. It's very cool. I found out about them from a friend of mine who used to live in Mozambique. And they're actually quite popular, to make coffee and stuff, and because it's very hot in Mozambique.
Yeah, I've got
It sounds like a sun oven.
Where I've got one similar. I've got a wok. So it's about 2 foot across, a really big wok. Super shiny on the inside, and it's concave.
Hey,
and,
Gail, good to see you, brother. How are you doing?
It focuses quite well, but in Britain, it's probably 2 weeks of the year you could use it, and But yeah, they're good, especially if you get the climate for like you have there, and you plenty of sunshine. Yeah. Hey, Gil.
Hey,
Gil, good to see you.
good to see you all too. Just getting everything straightened up here now. Make sure you're getting the echo out of my ear.
Yeah, but if you're off grid cooking, then there's so many variations you can do, and it's, it's factors to consider, like, are you doing it under the radar, as in tactically you don't want anyone to see you, you're doing it for just yourself, multiple people. So all these dynamics come into it. It vastly changes how you do it. You know, as you said, Mrs. Guardian there, your temperature and the time of year and the climate you're doing it in will also have a massive impact as well. And all these factors come into play, and you've got to decide what type of method you're going to use, because if you use the wrong one, it will not only be potentially ineffective, but you're also potentially losing a lot of fuel, wasting a lot of fuel that can be used for other things. Because obviously, we're in a situation here when the grid's gone down and everything becomes precious. Then you're starting to look at how much wood you've got. If you've got a wood burner, how long will that last me? You don't want to start wasting that, because you're just cutting your time down and down and down. And if you're using, for instance, a method of cooking like a solid fuel stove or a wood burner, then you could harness not only your heating but use the surface of it to cook with as well. So there's a lot of factors to consider, definitely, and people have got to think about this thing
Jay's woodworking
now.
shop. Good to see you, brother.
And it's look towards the underdeveloped countries that have to do this not by choice. Cuba, for instance, most other third world countries. You mentioned Mozambique, I think there. Yeah, definitely use resources and use it efficiently. Any wastage will be frowned upon, guarantee it.
Yeah, the situation, a lot of things going to affect this is, what is your primary way of cooking anyways? Now, I know this is cooking about electricity. Well, yes, we have an electric range, but we use that probably once every 4 months. I got an indoor-outdoor propane cooktop. That's the main thing I cook on. Now the microwave is another story. It's, we use the microwave a lot, but once I get my solar panels back up, it'll be totally on the solar panels. So that'll be, any microwave stuff we do, it will be done on the solar panel.
Like you said there, you indicated there that because the grid's gone down, you don't necessarily have to use methods that don't require electric. Because you can quite, if you've got enough fuel, you can crack a generator out and use a generator, or if you say there, if you've got enough panels, use solar or hydro or wind, and as long as you've got the option to swap across to an isolated method of using it, without safely, that is,
Then, like last year, I heated the house strictly off the wood burning stove. So now it's not a cook type wood burning stove, but I had pots of water up on it. I got just about to the boiling temperature to help humidify the house. So I could, basically, if I had my seal meal bags of food, just drop those into the hot water there and let it heat up and cook that way.
Yeah.
So there's that too, but the other thing is you need to, from the very beginning, plan on diversifying your ways of cooking. So even the time you have everything, you're cooking on different things all the time. That way, when something goes down, you have the skills to cook on those other things because you're doing it all the time.
I think it also depends what you're cooking. So, like here in South Africa, we have a staple which is maize meal, and you need to cook that. Like if you're gonna cook it on a fire, you need to cook it for like a while, to make sure that it's cooked all the way, because on a fire things cook differently and it burns quicker, if you don't keep stirring or whatever. So I think it also depends, because if you need to cook a piece of fish, you can just have a pan on a fire and just go quickly, because it doesn't need to cook for long. But if you're cooking something like a maize meal or something like that needs to cook for much longer, you need to then consider what the best method would be for what you're cooking.
We use
can throw meat in the fire just raw sometimes. You can just basically, depending on the cut of meat that you've got as well, like you can basically just throw it on the fire in the coals. And then obviously, yeah, sorry, go for it, preparedness veteran.
I was going to say, yeah, we use a solid fuel stove. It's a multi-fuel stove, so we have at least a ton of coal in all the time. We've got a stack of logs and stuff like that. So we mix and match logs and coal, or it's not exactly coal they use these days. It's smokeless fuel. They're little nuggets. And we have that going, so that provides the heat. And as Gil said there, we've always got a kettle on the stove, heating and boiling. So you instantly got water to have a brew with, coffee, tea, whatever. And like Emisha says there, we have a pot of stew, or put your veg on the stove on top of it, and just things slow cook throughout the day, and you can just go away, do your business, and come back.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot to be learnt from from us here in Britain. A lot to be learnt from the skills that were developed and were put into full use during the Second World War. And one of them, what they used to do, they used to use a hay box. It comes in various sorts of names. They'd make the meals up in the morning or one time during the day, put it in this hay box, and it would retain the heat, like a big thermos box, so to speak. Yeah, it would save fuel again.
One of the things to consider too is, like, if you have a wood burning stove, like, there's the wood burning cook stoves, and there's the wood burning heating stoves. And what I can do with mine, if I really needed to, my heating stove, I got Dutch ovens, all different sizes and stuff. I can just set a meal on that, and I just use the poker, open the door, pick it up, set it inside in the coals, and let it go. I can also move the coals around and do a Boy Scout favorite called fix it in foil. You roll out all the potatoes and the meat and everything else. You roll it in several layers of foil and just set it in the coals.
Yeah,
and just let it cook that way.
So you put your Dutch oven in the actual stove itself amongst the coals.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So yeah,
I mean, that's like cooking outdoors with the Dutch oven. You just add the coals and you just do it. And
I can't do that. My actual firebox of the stove isn't that big to do that. So yeah. You need a bigger one, obviously. Yeah.
You can't use. I can't use my big Dutch ovens. I have to use the small ones.
What was the thing that you spoke about first initially, preparedness veteran? You spoke about something that is used quite common in the UK, and then I wanted to take it down a little bit sketch it down on the side just as a note. What was that called?
Hay box.
Hay box.
Yeah. What? That was a method used in the Second World War.
Okay.
Hay box cooker.
That sounds very good. It sounds very interesting. It's something
it's basically a box that you can put your, say, Dutch oven in, or an already cooked meal.
Right.
And the box is lined with hay, so it's like super insulated, and it retains the heat and continues to cook with using the heat itself. Continues to stew itself, if you see what I mean.
One of the things my grandmother used to do, talked about doing when she lived back on the farm, they had their cook stove, and then on the flue pipe out the top, they had another little box up above that was heated, and they could put the bread up in there and warm the bread up, and they could warm a lot of things up in that. They could adjust how hot that little box thing up above got, whether you had a lot of you allowed more heat going through it or not. But those haven't been around for quite a while.
Sounds interesting, that does. Yeah, I've not seen that one. No, I've seen, and this is a bit of a warning to people. I've seen methods where you got a copper pipe wrapped around someone's flue pipe. So
there you have a hay box, guys.
Yeah. So they're using the heat of the flue pipe to heat water as well. Problem is, people have got to be wary of that, because it can affect the draw of the heat coming up from the stove itself at the bottom. especially if you've got a lot of cold water going through there. Yeah, yeah, it's a typical sort of hay box. Yeah, more of a modern design. Yeah, same sort of thing. I mean, I've seen you, like I said, if people are contemplating doing it, they've got to establish how many people they're cooking for. And I've seen things as simple. Basically, if you got the knowledge and means to make fire, then you're on a winner straight away, because you could start off with 3 nails or 3 rocks, 3 rocks on the ground, pan on top, you're cooking. Or then then you can escalate it from there to a metal tripod, 3 nails. You could, if you got any bricks lying around, you can make yourself a mini rocket stove out of bricks, or a sort of a Dakota fire pit effect, just out of 9-10 bricks.
These are some of the ones, type you can talk about where you have it going up. This some of these have a it's a double walled thing, and you can control whether it goes up just the backside or it goes around the other sides on it. And there's different types of different ones you can do for heating and cooking on it, using because these are double walled, so the heat goes around and heats up there. So you're reusing the heat before it goes up and out the stoves. I mean, there's some.
All right, that's excellent. What's it called? It's called a what are they called?
These are called stovepipe ovens.
Stovepipe ovens. That's excellent. That is, yeah. I've never seen them before. That's brilliant.
Yeah. Like I said, this is something from the colonies here that we use in years and years ago. Like I said, but I think this one here that I'm showing right now, the bigger one here, it is something like my grandmother talked about, because it came off the top of the stove there. So you can do it. Yeah, there's all sorts of really and some of these they're reinventing these again. It looks like, because some of these are this is something new here with a built-in thermostat on it too, so you can see how hot it's getting in there. So there are all sorts of cool options for cooking and heating stuff up. And I don't see the one here on it because I typed in stovepipe oven, but there's ones where they actually have the water heater on the pipe, on the stovepipe.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we got an easy way of doing it when we buy our stove is you can just get a back boiler with it as well.
Yeah, there you go. They're the ones that are stovepipe water heaters.
Yeah, right.
So they got the copper pipe wrapped around it. They got the one that's actually a made water jacket for it.
Yeah, this business about wrapping the copper pipe around the flue pipe, that's what I was talking about. Surely must affect the draw at some point. But depending on the temperature of the cold water going in, I suppose, and the cooling effect on the actual flue.
Yeah.
But I don't see the one. There was here's an older one that's set up. But my grandmother talked about the one stove was change the wording here on it, where they had built into the wood stove a water heater in the wood stove itself.
Right.
On the side, and you would just heat up that. It would heat up normally just doing it. It had a spigot on the front, and I don't see that one there.
They were quite common in Victorian times here, but as technology has progressed, people went on to oil burners and Argus stoves, things like this, and they gradually fizzled out over the ages. Yeah.
But I have a sun oven myself, but I can't use that during the wintertime. So it depends on the time of year whether or not you can use certain things. Like in the summertime, I wouldn't want to have the wood burning stove inside the house going, but I would use the sun oven, and I would use a fire pit for cooking Dutch oven in.
Yeah. I mean, we use my off-grid plan. I mean, I'm off-grid at the moment anyway. I'm in my bug-out location at the moment. We've got generators, engines, solid fuel stove, cook things on there. gas. If anyone's, I've got a year's supply of gas is just basically 2 13-kilo gas bottles. Sorry, 6 months supply, 3 months apiece. Fairly cheap. You're talking about 45 to 50 pound per bottle, and straight away you're there. So if anyone wants to continue their domestic sort of lifestyle cooking style, you can't really go wrong with a good supply of gas. So you're not tied to any sort of electrical grid.
Yeah, so that's sorry, I can hold my thought because it's definitely one of the ones that I wanted to
No,
bring
go
up.
on.
All right, sure. So with the gas stove, it really is very handy. That's something that we also use just pretty much day to day. Because of the electricity costs being as high as it is in South Africa, we've got to improvise a lot. So that gas stove is really something that we utilize almost I'd say, about 4 times a week, I'd say. And then it's just so convenient to use as well. And then we just get new gas, and it ends up being so much cheaper. The thing is, you've just got to be quite pedantic about making sure that you always close it, because obviously if you don't close the gas lid, it leaks out and it can cause a bit of problems, specifically in an isolated area when there's open flame. So if you're going to use gas stoves, just be extremely cautious, just obviously a warning. But I think that this topic specifically, it's difficult to talk about this topic without bringing up, from our side as well, like one of the most fundamental ways that South Africans also cook our food, where we do like very similar to if you speak to any South African, they're going to tell you about this. Okay, they're going to tell you about it till you're blue in the face. You'll hear about it a lot because it's like a cultural thing for us. And that's the B. And Shadow Scout, you can bring up a picture of it so long as well. That is BRAAI. So that's braai. Spell it like that and bring it up, and you'll see how basic this is. It's essentially just a barbecue. It's nothing special. Like BRAAI. See what it comes up. BRAAI. BRAAI. And then just bring up a picture. And like the reason why I just wanted to touch on this, I don't want to dwell too much on it as well. I'd love to hear as well you guys have to say in addition. But my point that I wanted to make is that this is something that really is so convenient, and it's something that's so basic. And when we go camping and hiking, depending on the site that you're going to as well, like the specific hiking trail, like you can go there and you can pretty much set up a little fire and cook yourself a bit of food, and you can just on the go. And we do a lot of meat. It's very meat centric.
With the grid that goes on the...
Yeah, I just had to mention
a bra.
Braai. It's like very much South African thing.
Yeah.
Braai in English. That is English. It's
Right. So it's like a griddle over coals.
Yeah, it's like a barbecue type deal,
Yeah.
The fact that I haven't ruined every Saturday night by talking about it consistently is quite amazing, that I haven't spoken to you about it yet. But yeah, it's something that we do so often. We really
do it for fun.
Yeah, like all the time. That's what we do.
We'll decide it's a lucky day to have a bra.
If you're going to have any gathering, all right, this is how this works.
It's usually a bra.
If I run into an old friend, Kay also says that it's gotten a bit stale that I do this, because like when I was growing up, I had a lot of quite a wide friend base. I enjoy people and making new friends and that, right?
And then he met me and I chased them all away.
Not really. But like we just stay quite in an isolated place, so it is like far away from everything else. That's also why I lost friends over time, because of distance and location, and I get that. But anyway, so like what happens is when I do go into town and run into old friends and stuff, it's always the thing that I say, we're going to have a braai together, because a braai is the thing that you do. Yeah. Always say we're going to have a braai sometime. We'll catch up, and then I mean to, because I mean that we're going to have a bit of a fire, because that's what we always do to socialize. But there's nothing quite as enjoyable as cooking the food, and then also having that element.
Because it's a chat and everything, you sit around the fire and
have a beer.
Guys have a beer.
Have a beer with you. Have a fire. Have a bit of steak on the fire. Have a bit of those wors there.
Wors, which is like sausage, boerewors.
Yeah.
It's like
and then garlic bread.
Oh, garlic bread on the fire is the boss.
Really
it's
good.
Amazing.
Garlic bread. And then what you can do. Sorry, go ahead.
This is what you need. You see, you need to do what you're doing. You can't just have it and hope to crack it out in the event of. you've got to need to, like you're doing there, use it every, quite often, and so your skills are built up through getting the fire ready, getting it up to temperature. You know what to look for with the coals, the right height above the ground for the grill and all that sort of stuff.
Boys
Yeah.
and girls of every
When
culture. Boys and
when
girls of
your
every culture,
coals
by the
are
age,
ready,
by the age
you
of
need
like
to know.
in South Africa, but yeah, precisely right.
Yeah.
Like boys and girls almost of every culture, I think, in this country as well, by the age of like 11, 12, they know the basics of how to start the fire, how to maintain it, how to look after it, how to make sure that you've got the food on the go.
That's what you need, yeah.
Yeah, so it's really good. It's something that's such a necessity.
I think what's also maybe like it's actually like shitty. Sorry for the language.
Shift up a little bit.
But it ends up being almost like a blessing in disguise, is because we've got the problems we do with the electricity and all that. We've got to find alternative ways, because we don't have like our microwaves and our stoves. So a lot of people have gas stoves. I think it's a propane stove. It gets this big gas bottle, and you just go replace it like every 2 or 3 months when your gas bottle's empty. Those are awesome.
Your braai, is it cooked over wood or?
Yes, so you can do either a wood fire, or you can do like a charcoal fire. It's up to you. The thing of the wood is, it takes longer to get to temperature before you can put your food on the grid, and the coals just burn out much quicker. So you've got a shorter time frame to braai. So it depends then what you want to braai. So if you want to braai like chicken, for example, you want to do a wood fire, because then your temperature is going to be hot enough for long enough to cook your chicken, unless you pre-cook your chicken. But
can these be controlled in terms of smoke and that sort of stuff?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
So
the
density as well of the wood and the size of the wood. The cut of the wood as well also makes a big difference. So obviously, if you put like a lot of lighter pieces of wood as well, it's going to make a lot more smoke. And
also how high you raise your food off the fire. You know how high your grid is off the fire, like your temperature. If you want to turn it down, you put it a bit higher away.
So then, all you basically need then is the fuel to use it. So a good pile of wood, and then you're mainly concerned with the hunting of the meat and the preservation of the meat itself, really.
Yes, pretty much.
And then you're good to go, really. That's it, done. I mean, you got it sorted in that environment if you can use that all the time and everyone's used to it, and you can control the smells and the emissions and this sort of stuff to sort of hide the fact that you've got the food and potentially no one else has.
You could essentially do, what's that little hidden fire bag? What's it called?
Yeah, that's what Preparedness Veteran mentioned earlier, the Dakota fire. Yeah.
Yes, so you could
Dakota fire pit,
Yeah, you could use that Dakota fire pit to like cook. You could turn that into a braai, just put like a grid on top
very
of it.
Easily,
You know?
And then you could also scale it down to a one-person event where I've seen people have a pocket-size metal mesh in their pocket, and they use that type of thing.
That's what
that would be ideal. That's what Jared. That's what Guardian takes. That's what Jared takes.
Everybody here knows my name. So
that's what he takes when he goes camping. He's got like this little flat grid. It's a rectangle, but it works so well.
I never leave home without it.
Stones, however high up you want, and you can just make your fire. It's great. You can boil water. It's awesome.
And then from there you can go on to, you can get those fold-in ones as well that clamp down, and if you want to improvise, use something like you chop up an old shopping trolley and something on a shopping basket.
So one more thing that I wanted to add, which actually concludes this nice little story of the braai, and trust me, if you had me speaking about the braai on any other Saturday, and this is coincidentally the topic that we're talking about, so it fits perfectly. However, this topic specifically, as a South African, if you speak to, because I've been on a lot of platforms where there's like other South Africans as well, and if you get like us to start speaking, and I speak for them and myself included, about braais, like it is an endless topic because of how much we love it and how it's such an ingrained part of our culture. And having that, and what you said earlier, that it's really good to fundamentally have that as a growing up thing, that we're used to it, that's just what we do on a daily almost. Like that's something that really, really is great. And I just want to say that something that I wanted to conclude with is that you actually get a rite of passage when it comes to some in the Dutch culture, in the Afrikaans culture, right? You'll get a rite of passage where so say for example, myself, before marrying my wife, it's one of the important things culturally is
like
to cook.
a dad testing your bride skills.
A father in this country will actually test you and test if you can.
Yeah, like
will
see
give you
your
a
bride
present.
skills if you can cook. Like so my biological father, he had to bride chicken because my grandfather was a chicken farmer. So my grandfather, he loves a good chicken braai, but you have to be careful with chicken because it burns very quickly on a fire.
Yeah.
So my dad had to braai chicken, and fortunately he pulled it off. So he could marry my mom.
Right.
But it's a funny thing. It's not like a serious thing. It's more of a joking, like, can you braai? You know?
Well, it is a respect thing as well. There's a bit of respect that comes with it.
You're being allowed to braai.
I think here in Britain, a large percentage of the population have just completely lost touch with anything that doesn't involve electricity. They've lost touch with traditional ways of cooking, over the fire, bushcrafting's type of cooking, this sort of stuff. And if they lost the ability to cook without electricity, then there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be completely stuffed. And it's good to hear that sort of thing is kept going and encouraged, definitely.
Yeah, there's a lot of things else. This is the last thing I promised that I'll say
I
about
was
this.
also going to say to Shawnee, it is very much like a barbecue.
Yeah, very similar to one, The last thing that I'll say about Swear is that it's just, there are so many things that I'm grateful for about being in this country because of the fact that we are in we're trapped in sort of in a weird time loop, sort of thing. Like we don't have a lot of the modern world's problems when they're as indulgent of the new technologies and everything like that. And we're our country geographically is right now, I'm not going to get into why, but geographically we
saw this whole post.
We are in a very, very safe place opposed to other places.
There's specific places that are super safe.
But we don't want to talk about.
I know what you mean.
Of a WW3,
we don't want to get into that. But if you guys want to, everybody listening to us right now, you
guys are welcome to come to South Africa.
We have lots of places.
We have couches.
And we know how to make braais, good food. So you get good food here, nice chats. You can see we chat all the time. Nice socialization. You guys are welcome to. I'm going to go make some coffee.
Awesome. Yes, I was saying.
I'm going to make us coffee quickly, but. Thank you, everybody.
Funny enough, it was 31 degrees Celsius here today. I was saying that earlier. No, it's 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, nice.
So that's cold then, right?
It's always warmer than Britain.
Fahrenheit. I don't know if I ever will understand it. I don't know.
I'm not even joking, Sia. If you can get yourself a ticket and you see that trouble's on the horizon and you wanted to come here, I promise you, we're very much a community-based family. So, we have a lot of people around here.
Sia,
open doors.
Cast iron pots are a whole nother thing on a fire. If you have cast iron pots,
so good,
right? You can make something in South Africa we call a potjie. And a potjie is like a big stew, that you make with all your vegetables and your meats and everything. And it's so delicious. But you have to put beans in it to give it I don't know. The beans give it a specific flavor. So it's really delicious.
I'm dying to hear a little bit more from Gil as well. So Gil, if you would like to inform us a bit more. Sorry for taking over the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Sorry about that.
Hey, it's fun. All right. So what I have here is this is the propane cooktop I use. And what I was doing here is I got my 17-inch cast iron skillet on there. I was cooking up a hamburger for a canning thing I did. Let me switch it here and then go here. And so I had Tammy helping me, and there it is again. And I got the pressure canner going, and I'm got the pot in there. I'm heating up the mix I'm going to be canning and stuff. But yeah, so I pressure canned on this propane cooktop. And what's neat about this one is it doesn't leave the like some of the propane cooktops you get for camping and stuff. They don't have a good burner on it, so they leave a little bit of soot on the bottom of the pans. This one doesn't, and it's and of course this is on my other channel, Camp Patton Family Compound. But yeah, and I'm still on that same 30-pound tank of propane. This is back in November when I started cooking on it, and I've done several things on it. So hours and hours of running it, and I'm still on the one bottle of propane that I started with. Since then.
Is that like a hot plate, or is there actual flames?
Well, it's here. Let me switch back here, and so as you can see here,
Oh, right, yeah.
It's actual flames down here at the bottom. Well, you can get down there. You can see the other burner. It's propane.
Yeah.
And so you adjust the heat and everything on it. And what I like is, see, I got 2 of these 17 inchers, and I got a 24-inch cast iron skillet. They're great not only on the stove, but outside on the campfire.
Yeah. A lot of what people have got to realize, if they're not used to, if they got a lot of equipment that they can turf out and use in the event of off-grid cooking, blackouts, sort of stuff, is safety. And so anyone out there who's going to get all this stuff or interested in practicing, get yourself some carbon monoxide detector, minimum smoke detector, some firefighting equipment, that sort of stuff, and just be aware, because you don't want to, have all the gear, survive whatever event has hit us, and then subsequently die of carbon monoxide detection or to get badly burnt.
Yeah,
well, that's not something we're talking about tonight. Is on my channel tonight. The topic is carbon monoxide.
Right.
And I got several doctors coming in. We're going to be talking about carbon monoxide poisoning and stuff. People make a big mistake of, like, they'll have the little hibachis and the little small charcoal barbecues, and think, we'll just use that inside, and we'll get the heat from it, and we'll get the briquettes going nice and good, and so they're coals, so they're not smoking. And we'll bring those inside, and we'll cook on the hibachi inside stuff, and they kill themselves with carbon monoxide poisoning.
Who makes that pot? You got a question from the chat on the side, just about who makes this one, like that pot that you were using originally, that large one.
The skillet.
I don't know if it was a skillet or the pot. I think the pot.
Who makes this one? Yeah. All right, now, all right. Oh, Shawnee says, who makes this one? If you're talking about the barbecue, the propane stovetop, I got that off of Amazon. Shoot, hang on a second. I'll tell you which one that is. Let me go back into my Amazon and check my history here so I can get the actual name of it. Orders.
Yeah, the cooktop. The cooktop.
Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I'm trying to find it. Come on. It's trying to bounce wrong here on me. Okay. It actually did. I did a unboxing video on that one when I got it. So, but I'm just trying to look up. Okay. Okay. That is. It's called. Here we go. Come on. Let's go. Open up. There we go. So let me share this again here. Share. You guys can actually see it there. All right, Shadow. There's the okay. So there it is. And then okay, it's not listing the name in it here, but it begins with, it's like, there it is. FORIMO is the ones that make it, and it comes with the hose adapter for the propane tank. And the top here, the black top there is a like a tempered glass, so it's nice, strong, and everything on it. And like I said, I had the big pressure canner on it, and a double boiler keeping the stuff, the mix I was canning hot to go in the jars. And so this works. I mean, it's really great, and it's got good, nice controls on it. It's piezo lighter, so you push in on it when you turn it, and it gives the spark to ignite the fire. And so it's totally no electricity needed for this. And once we get the new gas that I finally got natural gas to the house here this summer. And when we get a gas range put into the house, this will be used outside for like canning in the summertime when we don't want to heat the house up. We'll be able to cook outside with this. So this is, I mean, this was probably, you know, I did reviews on several of these ones, and this one was the one I settled on, and I'm glad I settled on it. It's worked out great. It's got great control on it, and it's got two burner rings, two flame rings on it. See if it shows one of the other ones here. Okay, you can see the outer ring has those slots on it, and then down in the bottom it has that little cone with all the little holes in it. You can turn it down so it's just that little cone, and you can control the heat on it. And during when the temperatures get below freezing outside and the humidity drops, I'll put a pot of water on there with just that small one going and let it go all night. And it keeps the humidity up in the house. Okay.
Yeah, it's a good point about humidity. They do kick out a lot of moisture when you burn propane.
Especially the wood. Yeah, the wood burner stuff will take out a lot of moisture, and it's always good to have putting moisture back into the air.
I was thinking what is popular here in Sweden, at least, is using of a muurikka. They are very useful. And I have one made of cast iron. So
what's that, Shadow? Muurikka?
Muurikka, yeah.
What is it?
It's steel cast iron, big like as you see on the picture here.
Yeah, it looks like a concave griddle,
like a big wok.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, I've got. I mean, you can go pretty basic, really. I've got a wok that I can use on my fire pit as well. So you just fire up the fire pit, which has got its own griddle on there. You can cook on that, and then you can shove the wok on top of that as a big hot plate. It's shiny. It's a shiny wok as well, so you can almost use it like a solar reflector. But I couldn't imagine it to be that efficient at that sort of thing.
Yeah, bring up that parabolic stove. While preparedness veterans on that topic, it's a brilliant time to speak about that. And woks are amazing. Like woks are really, really good too.
Now, my neighbor across the street here has been going to the dump, and the old rear projection TVs. He's been getting the Fresnel lenses out of the back of those, and he actually has set some up there, and he's actually because used like the 54-inch Fresnel plastic lenses they have for the projection screen work great for taking the sun and heating up. You can heat up a Dutch oven and stuff. He's actually put it on a piece of copper pipe and melted the copper pipe, the focal point.
I've seen videos where someone's done similar things, but I should imagine that's a very it requires a lot of practice to get to the point where you can efficiently actually do it properly in it. Otherwise, you'll end up with a lot of trial and error and burning lots of food that you will probably go to waste, really. Yeah. Same with all these things. I mean, people got to practice them, and they definitely got to practice them. But who's going to you're going to fire up some stuff, Shadow? There, some solar discs or something. similar to solar ovens, but obviously circular and probably a bit more robust as well. Because you buy solar ovens, but well, you can't really buy them here as much. There's no demand for them, but you can make them as well, no doubt, quite easily.
One of the things to consider too is if you're planning on like cooking outdoors, if you have like a fire pit or a barbecue and stuff, protection from the winter, from winter weather, while you're outside cooking, because you can't cook. You do not want to be using the charcoal stuff inside, and so if you're having to cook outside, you have an area set up to protect you and your fire from the weather.
Yeah, definitely. And likewise, cooking in a fire pit in windy conditions can be a bit precarious as well. But yeah, that's a good example there of a foldable solar oven. Is there something to rest? Rest your food on the middle of it.
Yeah, I love this thing. I want one so badly. But what's really cool is you can even like improvise and make them with mirrors. You just need to direct the mirror that it shoots that that beam directly at what you're cooking.
Yeah,
Like
surely that must be an acquired skill as well, because controlling temperature as well.
But I'm gonna get one of these one day. I'm gonna get one of these. They are so cool.
Yeah, it'd be good to see. Have someone give a good demo of that. Yeah, I've never seen them actually work. I've never seen them in use, should I say?
Yeah, so that looks like that has a little holder right in the middle there to put a pot on.
Yeah, right. It's a pre-distanced hole.
Yeah, you use a kettle on there.
Right.
Like boil water,
And I take it, obviously, the tilt can adjust and all this sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bob. Good to see you, brother.
Bob's out on a date.
That's good on you, Bob. Hope that you have a lovely evening with the lady.
Yeah, have a good one.
Okay. Now, someone in the side chat mentioned, let me throw this up here, share, mentioned rocket stoves. And rocket stoves have come a long way. And they got different ones here. They got this one here on the top is a single feed. The one on the next one down is a double feed. You can feed 2 different ways of feeding the wood into it. And then they have some fancy ones that are that has 2 different openings for feeding stuff in as well. So rocket stoves have come a long way. And the rocket stove to me is basically, from what I've known and done camping and stuff, is sort of like a takeoff of the Dakota fire hole.
Yeah.
It's because you got the and so basically where the fuel's going in at it also brings the air in, so you have the going up the one way and get a good combustion in the chimney part here, so that by the time it reaches the top, you don't have a lot of smoke.
Yeah, definitely a good controlling the air control basically to formulate the flames and stuff like that. Yeah, definitely good. They're very efficient. Yeah. Like you say, cut down on the emissions and the smoke and stuff like that.
And that brings up, I just, let me drop that down. Okay. That brings up another thought here. If you're in a grid down situation and most people around aren't able to cook and you're cooking, you got another problem. That's the smell of that glorious food you are cooking that nobody else is cooking.
Yeah, that is what I was thinking of before the stream began. So how do you solve that problem?
Well, for me, what things that work that is if, the Dutch, that's what I like about the Dutch oven. Everything stays contained and you don't smell it till you take that lid off. And if you have your time down right for cooking stuff like stews or whatever in there, you can just pick it up, carry it in the house, and when you open it up in the house, all the smell stays in the house. Also with the foil wrap, the fix it and foil wrap dinners where you wrap everything up and put it in there and you just do that. If you don't open that up outside, you open that up inside. The smell of the food stays inside the house. As far as the smoke, you want to make sure your fire or whatever, heat source you're using outdoors is not putting off a lot of smoke and drawing people's attention that way too.
Yeah, flames are for heat, coals are for cooking.
Yeah.
There's another. I mean, if people are concerned with smells, then they could go down a completely different route as well.
Yeah.
They could even go down the route of a non-heat cooking, where you eat things like, obviously if it's a short-term event, salads, pickling, brining, and doing that sort of thing, dry food.
Yes.
But obviously you're going to have to
keep the flies away.
Yeah, it's not a long-term thing. You couldn't obviously live on salads and dips and pickling for a longer-term event. But if they're not going to go down that route, they could also, use things like MRE heaters, heat packs. You just add some water and it will heat a meal, or self-heating rations, for instance, where no cooking involved. Especially good if you're in a location, say like you're in a flat where you cannot start a fire, or you're concerned about an indoor naked flame, burns yellow flame, then it's perfect. That sort of thing. But you got to watch then we're talking then we're going into the realms of pre-made meals then. So long term is not really conducive to good health, because a lot of these things contain high sodium and this sort of thing. But they are an option, and it's it's good to mix and match every now and then. A good old MRE, shove an MRE heater in, or a self-heating ration. They're a good novelty, especially if you got, if you can't be asked cooking one day, or you got kids and you want to give them a sort of a bit of a different angle on things. There are options there for minimize the cooking on flames. And
the thing is, a lot of people don't realize that the canned goods you buy from the grocery store, like chili and beans, beef stew, stuff like that, it's already cooked. All you're doing to it is heating it up when you're, quote, cooking it on the stove. You're just heating it up. You can eat that stuff cold.
Yeah. So you're just making it palatable, basically, which does taste better, but obviously you can survive. And I've done it myself, cold rations and stuff. Yeah.
And and so the canning, if you can't can your goods and stuff,
it adds, like you said earlier at the beginning, diversification of fuels, cooking methods, rations, types of food, and don't stick all your eggs in one basket. Because if you, for instance, have got a multi-fuel stove and all your coal or your smokeless fuel's gone in a flood, or all your logs have been washed away, or whatever has caused the blackout, then you're going to have to look at alternative means. So if you do diversify, then you can fall back on something else that you've stored or stacked up or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Variety again. Yeah, see. And then, if various things to cook on, people cook on gas. The simplest form, if people used to go camping, break out the camping gear. Cooking off grid is part of camping, no matter how small. All you need is one burner minimum, and that's what you're talking about, really. And at the end of the day, to keep people alive, get a good old cooking pot, shove a load of food in there, one burner, away you go. And as we've all seen, gas burners can range from the 2-burner ones all the way up to the top of the range sort of one you were showing there, Gil, down to those little cartridge burners that you put in. The thing I found with those little cartridge burners, just on a side note, is that when it goes to sort of below freezing, they're absolute crap. They don't hold the temperature, and you don't really get the flame effect or anything like that. They're just completely useless, really. And then petrol burners, the old petrol burners that you used to pump, they're still good. Multi-fuel burners, which take multiple types of fuel, petrol, gasoline, diesel, naphtha, meths.
Yeah.
Variety again, and something that enables a person to say forage more easily for different types of fuel, not go down the route of a single point of failure sort of thing. Gives them again different options. And then, you know, like GP said there, or Guardian and his missus, if you're in a specialist sort of location where you're getting lots of sun, use solar discs and a lot more sun-orientated cooking, your Fresnel lenses. And if you're in the colder climate, you could, and you're in sort of the boreal forest area or a wooded area, start practicing your bushcraft skills and your off-grid bushcraft cooking, fires and fire pits and coals. Coal cooking where you bury your food underground, wrapped in leaves, and you leave it for X amount of hours and so on. And you dig it up later on, all the way through to a more tactical, no fire method, like we said, MREs, self-heating rations, multi-fuel burners. But
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I was just looking at the on something up here on Amazon. Is looking at, I typed in sun ovens, and all the different type of solar ovens there are. There's one that's a long tube that you can stick stuff in. You know, but the problem I've noticed with any type of solar cooking is the outside temperature. In the summertime, you cook it on a sun oven. It cooks a lot faster than in the fall or the spring. I don't even try in the wintertime because there's snow coming down sometimes. You ain't going to use a solar cooker when it's snowing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, obviously, and you get the sun lower on the horizon as well.
Yeah.
I suppose the winds will affect the surface temperature of the cooking as well, on the actual cooking vessel.
Yeah. Let me check something here.
Yeah, there's a lot of fuels out there as well, which to the untrained person may seem safe as well, like the old hexamine fuel cookers, and they are a complete outdoor only item as well. They might seem little tablets that are safe for people to cook on, but a lot of people don't realize, you know, you got to do it outside and nasty stuff.
All right. So when I had this set up and I was doing my pressure canning, this is what I pressure canned. This is ground beef and baked beans. And, you know, this, I can eat this cold. This is the type of stuff we did as scouts, only we didn't do it in a pressure canner. We cook it up and we put it in a seal meal bag, and I froze. And the scouts would then take that bag and just put it in boiling water to heat it up. So, I mean, but this thing here, I can eat cold. There's all the fat came to the top, and that acts as an extra protection, air oxygen barrier and so when I open it up, I can just scrape that fat off and, you know, throw it away or use it for something else, and then just eat the meal. And this just, you know, this stuff addicting is so good.
Yeah, so you're basically using all your fuel beforehand, and then you don't have to even go into your stockpile. You're just basically heating it up, basically, just for palatability, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've done it myself. You could even use your engine on your vehicle. We've gone on 13-hour convoys in the army, stopped, and because you've only got, say, 30-minute stop, people just put their boiling the bag meals under the engine block on the engine, leave it 5 minutes, and then it's good to go. Away you go, you're done.
Along the same lines, years ago I worked for a construction company, and not to sound racist or anything, but the Mexican Americans we had working for us, after a while, the rest of us were paying them to have their wives make us burritos and wrapped in foil. And on the big excavators and stuff, you'd see all these foil burrito wraps sitting in on top of the exhaust manifold, cooking for 2 hours, and then you just at lunchtime we just eat that stuff. It's
Yeah.
very good.
People can adapt their vehicles to do the same sort of thing. In various armored vehicles and tanks, you get a boiling vessel which transfers a heat exchanged system to cook food, boiling bags, and the water as well for easy access to tea and coffee and stuff like that.
Let's see. There was something else I was thinking about, and I just lost it. That's what happens when you get old.
I know the feeling.
There was a thing used in the Second World War by the desert rats in the Sahara. A common method they used there was a large tin can. It was a food can, holes in the bottom and the top, and it was full of sand, and the sand was doused in diesel. And a lot of people, as a quick and easy method, would just scoop up a load of sand, pour a bit of diesel in the sand, and you straight away got an easy and quick cooking method. The only problem is, like wood, watch what you're burning, because the vapors and flames that come out of poisonous wood, for instance, can also transfer into what you're cooking with, into the meat and so on. And likewise, if you're cooking with, if you're doing this sand method, for instance, like I just said there, it kicks up a lot of black smoke, and it could be quite noxious. So I would only use that sort of method if you got a closed pot water, for instance, like a kettle. I wouldn't like to have black diesel smoke flaming onto me meat that I'm just about to eat. We'll go down too quick.
Now, I did a video about 3 years ago on a charcoal chimney, turning it into a stove. And here, I'm not going to show the video, but here's just what I was talking about. If Shadow, you show that up. This is off of Amazon. You can get these off of Amazon. And so basically you fill it full of the charcoal and heat it and get the charcoal going. Well, what I did is up on top, I just put some, made some little brackets that give it a little spacer, so I could put a frying pan right on top, and I could cook right on top of that.
Yeah, you can get them as fire starters for barbecues, no? Yeah, what I've done in the past, similar sort of thing. I've got a utensil holder for knives and forks and stuff like that, and they're stainless steel, full of holes. You cut the bottom off, and you've got sort of like a mini stove there, good to go as well.
Yeah. And what's neat about that is you can move it around, because it has a handle on it to pick it up and carry it while it has the coals in it, and you can if you need to move it, the wind's starting to pick it up, I need to move it over here or whatever else. But I've cooked steak on those before, but it's not the best thing, but it works. If you don't have the barbecue thing to put the coals and stuff in, you just need something small for a small fire. Those work. Making your own out of one of those is real easy. You can also do the same thing with a number 10 can, your gallon size can. You put the holes around the bottom, and then snip the top so it has a jagged top, so you have the heat can come out in it, but it supports the pan or pot on top. Yeah. What we used to is tripods. Oh, hang on. Go ahead. I'm gonna.
While you're looking for that, what we used to do in the army is a tactical sort of way of cooking. And if anyone's in this situation where you don't want to be seen cooking and you don't want to be noticed as much, then only cook during the day, because obviously flames will be seen for quite a way off. And we used to get these little fold-in stoves, hexamine stoves, and you kick out a little hole with your heel of your boot, say 2 or 3 inches deep, put your stove in there, cook it so it minimizes the flames coming up, and then that's it, you're done. You extinguish it before last light, and away you go, and your next meal is breakfast, basically, after first light comes up. So anyone concerned about tactical sort of cooking, you either don't eat or watch your flames, minimize light, and all this sort of stuff. Because you will be seen, especially by the hungry wolf eyes of people who are starving and haven't had the nous to prepare anything whatsoever.
Yeah, there's some of the tripod ones talking about from simple pots to got the simple stand, single stand. You drive the post in the ground. You got a grate there to cook on, and a hook to hang pots on. You can do the Dutch ovens hanging from them.
Yeah, and the good thing about those, you can just use them in the garden. You can even if you got any sort of small barrel or anything like that, you can dig a little pit, get your fire going, get your little tripod out, and away you go. You're done. And this is the good thing about this as well, is I'd class this more of a, if anyone's into bushcraft, this will be like a luxury bushcraft item, because if you're into bushcraft, you would make the tripod out of sticks, or you'd use a cantilever type.
There they are, making out of poles right there.
Right, yeah, there you go. And then you can adjust the height of the pots depending on how hot you want it, and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
As I said, people listening, flames are for heat, coals are for cooking. The last thing you want to do is burn the outside of a rabbit or whatever you've caught.
There you go. Coals are for cooking. Coals on the Dutch oven right there.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and your similar effects, you could also bury that in the ground and come back at a later date if you've got anything that you want to slow cook. And sometimes you don't even have to use any sort of Dutch oven. You can wrap it in leaves and bury it in the ground. Yeah,
there's they are using foil to cook over the fire pit.
Yep,
that one there. I mean, what I like so much about cooking in foil, it traps all the moisture and juices right back into the food you're cooking.
Yeah.
And so and if you do it right, it's not going to burn, and you're not going to smell anything until you open it up.
Yeah, that's good. We used to use that method when we used to go fishing. You catch sea bass, for instance, and you wrap it in foil, put on a little fire, and away you go. And like you said, it traps all the natural juices of the whatever you're cooking. Yeah, and that's the convenience of. I mean, initially, people want to use their contents out of their fridges and freezers, and then go to all the rest of the food. But the initial days of any sort of, if it's a widespread long-term grid down, you're not going to know, basically. So you're going to go through these phases. And I can imagine initially, everyone would be laughing and joking across each other's garden fences and say, "Oh yeah, what are you cooking?" "Oh, I'm cooking the contents of the fridge, like yesterday's sausages," sort of thing. And then it will progress on from there. And in the initial phases, you won't be worried too much about smells and fires and stuff, because I should imagine many people, if they've got barbecues and camping stuff, will be doing that sort of thing. It's later on down the line, sort of a week plus, people want to start watching themselves because of the smells and smoke, like you said. But I mean, I wouldn't rely too much on foil as sort of a mainstay method either, because it's a precious resource as well. It's got so many other uses you can use for, and someone says, in SHGF, there's no such thing as a single-use item. You want to use it over and over again.
Yeah, my grandmother, I've seen these memes on Facebook, and of course the fact checkers say this is false, this never happened. Where it says, now, you know, the meme is saying, now you know why your grandmother saved bacon grease and washed her foil.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know, I grew up with my grandmother and stuff, and yeah, she saved the foil, washed the foil, saved the bacon grease, reused it for cooking and stuff. And yeah, you know, the foil, you know, would be used like 3 or 4 times before it got a hole in it, and even then there'll be ways to use it.
Yeah, it's whatever methods people use. I mean, the Dutch ovens are so universal. Whatever people use, they've got to look at what they're cooking on or in as well, what sort of pot and pan they're using as well. I can remember a story about a Russian family who essentially just left society, bugged out into the boreal forest, in the tiger forest, that was right, in Russia, and literally decades later, 30 odd years later, they were sort of quote unquote discovered. And they after, you know, upon a series of interviews, they later said, you know, one of our most precious resources was our pots and pans, because it was the item they couldn't replicate. And you know, you can build a fire anywhere really in the forest, and that's not a problem. But what you're going to cook in and on your food is the big question as well. And I suppose it will then trickle down to eating utensils, although you could, to a certain extent, just use your fingers and make wooden spoons and so on.
Yeah.
But it's really a big health and safety nightmare, really, because you're going from hazards of burning yourself, scalding yourself, through to carbon monoxide poisoning, noxious fumes on whatever you're burning, all the way through to undercooked food, overcooked, you know, undercooked food on the inside, overcooked food on the outside, and bad practices, really. People coming down with all sorts of.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is what you're getting there, is that people need to practice these other ways of cooking, develop their skills, so their skill level is up there, so they don't have to worry about that. Yeah, and besides that, my boys loved, as teenagers and stuff, cooking outside on the fire pit, and because they make their meals, they get it the way they want it, and once they learned that, how long to cook something for, I mean, they just loved it, because it was, for them, it was fun, because it wasn't a disaster situation. And then they got, as they got older, thinking, wow, if there is a disaster, we know how to cook outdoors.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is one of the benefits of starting kids off with Cubs and Scouts and things like this. It gets them into the mindset. A key life essential skills, basic cooking outside, how to fire barbecues up and things like this. And there's nothing, if you get a bunch of men and blokes in a garden and someone fires up the barbecue, all the blokes are looking at him thinking, they start criticizing him. Everyone becomes an expert when the barbecue gets lit.
Our family owes a big debt to a British man, a general, Lord Robert Baden-Powell, the founder of Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
Because both my wife and I were heavily involved in Scouts. In fact, my wife still is the committee chair for the Scout troop from the VFW there in California there. And we both served on the National Youth Leadership training classes and stuff. And yeah, it's, scouting to us was, for a whole family, was absolutely essential for learning outside the normal. Oh, I'm stuck on a gas stove or an electric stove in the house, and that's it. Just, opened up a whole variety of ways to cook.
Yeah. I used to live just outside the place where Baden-Powell grew up.
Gilwell Park?
No, it's in Poole in Dorset. And,
okay.
In Dorset Harbour, Paul Harbour, you've got the big statue of him just opposite a big famous pub. Yeah.
And so, anybody out there, you want to learn how to cook, become a Boy Scout or become a Scout leader. Scout leader, there's training for Scout leaders called Wood Badge, and you'll learn a lot.
Yeah, there's also look at the environment and how it can help you enhance your cooking as well. And one of the a good example of that, what I'm talking about, is what they call the Swiss stoves that you point in a certain direction and the wind comes from and aids the flames to enhance. They fit into each other. I've lost the name of it now. It's gone out of my head. It'll come to me in a sec. Like I say, age gets us up.
Let's see here. Let's see, the Swiss military stove.
I'm familiar with that one, Kaylin. Swedish fire torch. But I never heard about the Canadian candle before, so. I have used the Swedish fire torch once. That was fun.
Yeah, that's the like log split into four, and you bind it in the middle and burn the inner core.
Yeah.
Yeah. They actually sell them in Lidl, and in the springtime for a novelty way of barbecuing and stuff like that.
Yeah, we've cheated doing those, and we just used the chainsaw and cut down about 6 inches. You know, 3 or 4 times there, and get the fire going.
Yeah. I mean, as you know, if people want to go lightweight as well, and they're thinking about cooking just for themselves or they're on foot. Anyway, like I said, you could literally have 1 hexamine block, break it into 4, 3 nails, and your pot goes on top of that. Done. Quick and cheerful. When you finish, you stamp it out and move on. I've just been searching for it. Trangier stove. That's what I was talking about. So Trangier stove. On one side, it's full of holes, and you point it towards the wind, and the wind will aid the flames to come up above the meths cooker.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, I've never seen, I don't know if it's because it's too dangerous, anyone make their own large-scale meths cooker. Everyone's seen these things that are knocking around the internet, and you know they look a bit of a novelty, but for one person, they would probably do the job. It's sort of a soda can cut in half, and you put a couple of holes in the bottom, fill it full of meths, and away you go. I've never seen a big version of that kicking around. Probably because it's too dangerous, I should imagine.
Yeah, when I jumped away here, I got shelves over here, and oh wow, I forgot. I got my little isopropane water heater here, and so basically it just heats up the.
It's like
a jet boil.
Jet boil, yeah.
The half the price and a little bit bigger, and works just as good.
Yeah.
Speaking of jet boil, I also have
it's an expensive brand.
Yeah, I also got the Helos, which I got at the Scout shop there in California, and I've used this for about 15 years.
Right.
And I also have the adapter to change from this type canister to the regular propane canisters too.
Right. Yeah.
So I've got multiple fuels on it.
I tell you, if people want a nice, cheap, quick method, no messing around of cooking, they can quite easily go into their camping shop and buy these little gas canisters. They're about 3 or 4 inches high. they cost literally next to nothing, and they'll last about 4 days, I suppose, constant. 3 meals a day. Yeah, exactly that sort of thing. A little of those little adapter burners on top. They vary in size and efficiency and that sort of stuff. One of them, away you go. You put them in a box, and they're safe to store. Obviously, you don't put them in extremes of temperature. You've got to check them every now and then for rust and stuff like this and seals. But essentially, they're basically safe to store, and you see deals all the time on that sort of thing. And that, it's as simple as that. One box full of rations, a couple of them in there, 3 or 4 canisters, and just keep buy one of them every now and then, and keep stocking up. And that would be sort of probably a good method, off-grid method, if you're in a flat, for instance, because you just got open a couple of windows, make sure there's no, good ventilation, obviously, and it's no messing around. Yeah, even like the bigger picture there, Shadow. Yeah, they're the ones. Yeah, everyone's seen them, use them. They're good little bits of kit.
I would when I was a scoutmaster, I would give this little unit here out to my scouts once they pass one of the specific merit badges. I mean, I was getting these off of Amazon with the piezo lighter on it for less than $5.
Yeah.
And so I could afford to give them to my scouts, and it gave them the incentive to work harder to get their fire, what's called the firing chit, and their other little stuff as a tenderfoot scout to get their stuff passed off so they could do things. And these things are just, they're relative. Even now, still, you can find them they'll come down on price for a couple of hours there on Amazon for
I've got them in my in one of my boxes, and I've got about 10 or 12 canisters and so on, and that's it as the last method. And like I said, if it could be the scenario where people got to sort of think about different scenarios and stuff like that. If the grid goes down, why has it gone down? Has it gone down through some widespread disastrous event? I mean, it could have gone down through lack of employees at the production facility or controlling facility. For instance, there could have been a pandemic so virile that it's made the grid go down, for instance. And therefore you might be in a position where you're all ill and you really cannot be asked to cook because you're just feeling grotty, and so the easiest method and the quickest method possible that will just get it done would help you, a massive amount of time. And I had COVID over Christmas, and I had to force myself. And you've got to eat because you aids your recovery and all this sort of stuff. And the most simplest, quickest method you can think of, you just want to get food down you, just to see you through the ailment, basically. So these sorts of this is the sort of thing I think about,
Okay. Okay. Here's another reason I want to share this one up here. This is another reason that's that could work for it's the power grid getting a lightning strike on it. Yep. You get a lightning strike hitting a substation, taking it out. I mean, lightning hits. I mean, all the time. And then once the substation gets hit, boom, you got a fire, and then you're down for a while. And it could just be a simple lightning strike, and it could take out the entire, half the city or whatever at the substation. But and all it really needs to do is someone to go out there and manually reset the breakers, because the breakers did what they're supposed to do. But you don't know that. It's the power's out and half the city's out, so it's something major, and it's really turns out to be something simple. But you never can tell what it's going to be, how long it's going to last.
Yeah. We've also, if people are out there got a large family or part of a big group or anything like this, or involved in some sort of situation where they're going to have to cook for a lot of people,
Yeah.
You get these deals every now and then through ex-military surplus sites that will sell field kitchens off. And some of these field
Yeah,
kitchens are trailer based, so you can pull them along with the trailer. It all pops open, and it all mainly works on gas. A couple of gas bottles, fire it up, and you're good for say 10 to 50 people. These things are, catering for. I've seen these things in use for quite a while and quite a few times, and the chefs work miracles sometimes with what they produce, and you won't believe it. Come out in one of these field kitchens, and they're really good, really efficient, really good, and it's all tried and tested stuff. And anyone interested in that sort of thing, look on eBay. There's plenty of deals knocking around and that sort of thing. And what they'd also use as a sort of a side note, and we see this on ranges and stuff, range days. The range stew comes out, and they cook it in something we used to call a Norwegian container. I think they also called Swedish containers as well, Shadow. And it's basically like a 15, 20 litre big green oval shaped profile thing. It's about the size of a jerry can, and it's insulated, and inside it's got compartments. So you lift out a metal tray full of stew, you lift out a metal tray full of peas and carrots and potatoes, for instance, and you can start dishing out the troops, and it keeps the food warm for hours.
Yeah.
I'll try and find what I'm looking for here.
I know what you mean.
I'll try and get a picture and I'll put it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah. There's here we go. I got something here. I was looking for share entire screen. There we go. Now, they have, you can. People are selling. There's the food trucks and stuff, but the trailer is what I wanted to show. The CERT program, the Community Emergency Response Team program here in the United States, several of them have bought these trailers for use during disasters. And it's, they got several big griddles in there and ovens and stuff. And if you need to feed a lot of people, these can do it. But
yeah, that's a good idea. But yeah, if you're involved, and everyone can chip in and contribute to the cost of one as well. More of a burger vans and stuff like that. They all got this sort of thing. And most of them use little generators and stuff, Honda generators. Yeah, it's good.
And some of them actually have chest freezers and refrigerators in there as well, because they're going out like to a wildfire, and they're out there serving the firefighters and stuff like that out of one of these. And so they get, they need to keep the food cold in between meal shifts.
Right. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. You might have seen one, Shadow.
Yeah, sure.
We call them a Norwegian container. It's obviously it's got the carrying handle there. It's super insulated. You lift the lid off. You can store tea in there, any hot liquid. It's a big thermos flask. I'll show you another picture in a minute. It's they come cheap on eBay as well. Likewise, just the hay box sort of scenario. You can make a meal for a number of people in the morning or whatever, and keep it hot, ready for another day. So, or if you're making one meal and you're going to eat it 3 times, you got a hot meal for your 3 servings and so on. I'll get another picture of the insides in a second.
Okay. Here's a similar one. This is a 5 gallon one here of Shadow wants to share that.
Yep,
All right.
no problem.
These are the composite plastic ones that they have. Back when I was in high school, here we go. In high school, this is what my grandfather had for his catering company, was these type.
Okay.
And so they were the steel ones, and we'd set out 2 coffee and 1 hot water with a bunch of different teas and stuff for the because he would cater to the for the location shoots, and so we'd go out and we'd feed breakfast and lunch to the actors and crew, and we'd have these things just full of hot water and stuff out there. And
Oh yeah, yeah. We used to use them. We still get them. We call them Burko boilers.
Yeah.
Although you can get ones that actually plug in all the time, but they obviously use electric or ones you put in like that.
These are just insulated, so you'd pour the boiling water and everything in there, and it would stay hot for hours.
Yeah, yeah. Likewise, people can use. And we used to use it all the time. Yeah, that's the picture I've got there of the contents of the Norwegian container. So you get 2 receptacles there, plastic ones, the white ones full of food. You've got a ladle and some sort of a device. I'm not sure what that little thing is there, but yeah, very good. But for say 10 people, they're good for. And individually, we used to go on the ranges and the cold weather and stuff. We'd carry a small thermos flask each, and that will do you and keep you going. And wastage. Talking about wastage earlier. People are cooking. They want to get the any sort of opportunity to preserve the boiling water that they've got. Put it in a thermos flask, or put your food in a thermos flask, and you've got it and saved it for later on.
Yeah. This one is a Swedish thermal refrigerated container.
Right.
We have these too.
Yeah, same sort of principle, I suppose. Does that use electric?
I don't think so.
Oh, right.
No.
It's standalone. Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's like an ice box.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it says here, this thermal cooling container from the stock of the Swedish Army serves on a hot day ideally as a roomy cold box and is an eye catcher while camping or at the festival site. With the handles on the sides, it can be transported easily and safely. With a cushion, this box can be used as a stable chair. And it doesn't say that you are not using any electricity on this one.
Right, good. Like I say, if you, there's a variety of things out there depending on your budget. And, times are hard for many people. A lot of people ain't got the money to spend on all this, all the gear, X, Y, and Z. And if you got the skills, you can make it yourself. As Bob keeps saying, if you can weld, you can make just about anything. And if it's as simple as a griddle over a fire pit or a fire, all the way up to your own hot plate stove. I've seen people make heaters and stoves and cooking implements out of propane bottles. They cut open a bit of the side, make a doorway, put a hinge on there, cut the top off, and then you've got like a mini rocket stove really, and away you go, all the way down to cutting a 45-gallon oil drum in half for a large barbecue sort of thing. And we've probably all seen that sort of thing through Scouts, Army, and that sort of event.
Yep, taking a 55-gallon barrel, cut it vertically, turn it on its side, and you got a fire pit.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Well, the one thing too is that I don't know if it's big over there but here we have thrift stores.
Yeah. We call them. They used to be called thrift shops. Yeah, we call them charity shops now.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically the same thing. Yeah.
You go in there and you can pick up a lot of camping stuff, stoves and everything, relatively cheap. And so if you want to save money, that's one way of doing it. The other way is to keep an eye out for what's called estate sales, where someone's passed away and the family doesn't want everything their parents had and they're just selling everything. And one of the big things. Hey, Dior. One of the biggest things people go after. They're looking for the pressure canners and the canning jars and the propane lanterns and cook stoves.
Right. Hey, Dios.
How's it going?
CR says up in Canada they call them secondhand stores.
Right. Well, I used to go fishing when I was a kid, and we used to have a tilly lamp, pressurized petrol burner, and you can even cook on those. You know, if you pump it up high enough, you get flames coming out, the blue flame coming out the top sort of vents. But usual caution.
I'd seen those Dietz old-fashioned oil lanterns. They got like they got built-in like custom like pan that you put on top of the chimney, and you can cook small stuff, nothing crazy, because you are cooking on an oil lamp, so there's not going to be an excess of heat to begin with.
Yeah, and then people can go as far as being elaborate in the way of making a mini smokehouse or stuff like that. Or
cooking
even
down here in grid
drying.
down situation won't be as nearly as big of a deal as refrigeration, because trying to keep stuff cool during the summertime down here, that's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, that's a big concern for most people is refrigeration, freezing. Yeah,
there's like countless ways of how you can cook stuff down here, especially considering the fact that during the summertime we can get up to 117 degrees Fahrenheit easily over here, and it's like what's like 40, 50 degrees Celsius or something like that.
Yeah, right.
Like, you just you can put, if you're looking to like dry fruit or something like that, you gotta disable vehicles as long as all the windows are intact. You just set in some trays and turn that into a solar oven during the summertime, and dry stuff, dry food.
People have also got to consider, when they're cooking, it's not just a case of heat and vessel. They got you need a third factor, whether you're boiling it, so you need water, or oils as well. If you're going to cook with oil, obviously have some sort of oil stored to go along with it as well.
Now that right there on its own is challenge, the oils, the cooking oils, because like there's not too many oils out there a person can actually stock up and not expect it to go rancid.
Yeah, go off. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah. Unless they're using lard, something like that.
Yeah. If they got some pigs they can slaughter, they got access to lard.
Problem is with a lot of the cooking oils here in the U.S., they've been modified so that they don't burn in the pan when you're cooking them in the pan to cook, so they have a higher flash point, and those don't work well in kerosene lanterns. I've been experimenting with them, and another guy, Crazy Squirrel, he's been experimenting, doing different blends of the vegetable oils with the kerosene and vegetable oils with the regular commercial oil lamp fuel and stuff. And it's you can get some light going, but it plugs up the wicks on them. But here's that one that you're talking about. Yeah.
Yep.
So they got different styles and stuff on them. So yeah.
All right. They're the oil burning lamps then.
Yep.
Kerosene.
Oil. Yep. Yeah. Kerosene.
Right.
Kerosene or.
See, the thing gets me about those, I've never actually used that method. Does that produce black smoke that's going to taint what you're cooking?
Well,
or
The
not.
bottom side of that pan will be blackened, but like the food will not, because the food's inside that vessel. It's up on top.
and if you keep it adjusted right, it's not going to put out that much. You know, you can get it so there's almost no smoke at all, especially if you trim the wick right. There's different ways to trimming the wick, and you can get it so you're getting a relatively clean flame out of it. But the problem is, all the reviews I've seen on YouTube here on these, you're lucky to get the water boiling.
Right.
It
Yeah.
takes a long time to cook an egg or two with those.
Yeah.
It's
better.
an option, but it's like I said, it's just I would buy one just to play with, but like to expect that I'm gonna be doing any serious cooking on that, no. Like I'm gonna be real. I've got cans of sterno. I would be cooking on sterno before I'd be cooking on that.
Yeah.
This is the one I was talking about, chili lamp, and this is a modified one.
Let me drop down. There we go. Yeah.
Expand that, Shadow.
Which one?
Him.
My picture. Me.
Yeah. Fairness better. Make him bigger.
TV.
Make him solo. Make him solo.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Standard chili lamp, and someone's modified. I just dragged this off the internet just now. That's a good little idea, but these things they can be quite precariously dangerous. These sort of pressurized petrol gasoline lamps, and
Yeah,
the
they
base
can
can get
flip over.
I mean, not only the pushing them over hazard, but the base there.
Is that the vessel you
these
pressurize?
Say again?
Is that the one that you talking about where you pressurize it?
Yeah, you normally get a mantle that is so delicate, you touch it, it just crumbles. And anyway, they can actually burn for about 8 hours, these things, but the base there, that brass bit, can get really hot. And I haven't seen one explode, but they get very hot. And I should imagine they're not far off of use them in short bursts. But yeah, that's a good idea, I suppose. Another alternative sort of method. And these things are getting expensive now. These sorts of lamps over here, definitely. But yeah, multi-fuel, definitely the way to go.
Yeah. Let me see here. Here we go. See, Coleman, multi.
I was going to say, I thought in the U.S. they sold some stoves that were multi-fueled that you could fill up.
That's what I'm bringing up right now. That's what I'm bringing up right now. And present, share screen, and there we go. And I got several of these out there. Let's see if I can get a bigger picture. Where's this? Yeah, basically, I have some of the older ones. This is a dual fuel, so you can use kerosene or the white gas in it. You can use diesel instead of kerosene, but it puts off more chemical smells.
We used to use those in adventure training and camping years back, but they were the single ones. They're really expensive now. They are, but in fact, that picture there you got there, those common ones, they're good. I've seen a lot of guys use them in the field.
Yeah.
Multi-fuel.
I have the 3-burner stove, like this. This is a 2-burner. I have several 2-burners that I've picked up for free at estate sales and stuff. People just want to get rid of them, and I have the 3-burner that my dad used for us back in the 60s when we used to go camping. Then I also have a couple of the Coleman lanterns that that are multi-fuel lanterns as well. So, but yeah, these are really good.
It could be you get to the situation where you've run out of resources, and if you're in an area with no wood, you've run out of things to burn. You may even have to resort to using some sort of tea light cooker.
Yeah.
Series of tea lights under a little grill or a stand, and you start cooking on that. They
Yeah,
could get, it could get that desperate for some people.
That'll sit up the bottom side of a pan for certain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing too to consider on that, if you do have some trees around, but you don't want to cut them down like maple trees where you're getting the sap out of it and stuff. There are some trees that you can get the sap. The sap is really pitchy and burns hot, and you can do like a sterno stove, and you just have a little cup of that pitch stuff. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of black bottom pans from it, but we'll have heat for it, and it won't be making a big fire. You're just doing something to boil water, to cook a frying pan or whatever like that.
I thought there was a way to extract sap from like birch bark to make into like a burnable lamp fuel.
Once you have the sap and stuff, there's a way to refine it, and I have a PDF that I downloaded from FEMA years ago on that sort of thing, how to make fuel from the sap of trees and stuff. It ain't easy. It's time consuming.
There is a tree out there. All right, I'm not making this up. It's got a diesel tree. One tree can make, I think about 40 to 60 liters of diesel per year. So if anyone's actually actively going to make a sort of prepper commune or anything, look up diesel tree, and you could get a fleet of trees which will constantly supply with burnable diesel in generators and so on and so on. And people can, if you're thinking long term and doomsday type scenario, they could even use that sort of stuff. I couldn't tell you
the diesel tree is in India.
India, right? So nothing stops a hardcore prepper getting those and growing them in their own sort of country and adaptation, this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
There's in fact, going on to burning different types of wood, the gorse bush, which is commonly quite widespread, burns very hot. It's good to start fires with, and it leaves very little ash as well, and because it's very resinous. So it's a good idea. People can experiment with different types of wood. Some burn really hot, some long and slow, as we all know, with campfires and stuff like that. But gorse bush wood used to be used to light ovens with back in the sort of pre-Second World War days and stuff like that.
CR, if Bob was here right now, he would have fired you for that.
Oh yeah. That is a double pun comment. Oh, now back years ago, we used to go up in California. We used to go up to where the walnut trees were, orchards, and we'd buy their trimmings. And when they trim the trees or they take a tree out, the upper part of the trees where they in California is a white English walnut. The bottom is the trunk. The bottom part, part of the trunk, which they grafted the other onto, is a black walnut. That is some hot burning wood.
I take it it's dense and hard then, because they normally burn hot.
Yeah, all I know is that my dad would start the fire with the white English walnut wood, and then he tossed on one of the chunks of the black walnut on there, and we'd be opening up the windows to the house and say, "All right, you got it too hot with that one piece of wood on there."
All right. You can even everyone's seen these little devices. If you're in a place with no wood, but you've got other resources, say you've got newspapers. Yeah, you could. You can get these devices which compress newspapers into a solid square block as well. Use that as fuel.
My dad years ago, back when he used to buy the Denver Post newspaper, he used to get so many. Him and my mom used to accumulate so many newspapers. He bought this one device that you could actually roll the newspaper up into a super tight paper log.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That's what he would do. We get some like I'm not kidding you. Like when we had an excess of newspapers, I meant we had an excess of newspapers. Like there was no shortage in having old newspaper to use to start.
There they are.
Fire. Yep.
You can roll them up, and the thing is, here's an antique one.
No, I'm not seeing the rolling version. I've seen the one where you press a lever and it makes it into a brick shaped thing.
Yeah, there's the brick ones there, and basically you got to get the paper wet, and then you press it, and then you set the bricks out to dry for a while.
Yeah,
but you're starting the log roller up, and you just keep adding it as you roll it up, and now the thing is too, I've seen them like this one here. Looks like she's using some either some water to help it stick together a little bit. I've seen them use vegetable oil on it, and wax to help to make it stick together. It also makes it burn easy too to start.
Right.
But there's a lot of different ways to. There's another good one of them rolling it up and doing it. And my parents almost bought one of these just because we had so many newspapers and stuff around from us, our cousins and stuff. Everybody had papers and stuff, and we were just thinking of ways to use it to save on firewood. But yeah.
If anyone wants an efficient cooker which does water as well, have a look at a Kelly kettle, which you just it heats. It's got a water jacket around the outside of the cooker, and it funnels up the heat into. Yeah, they're good. Everyone's seen them into a mini sort of rocket thing, so you can cook as well. They're really good and efficient. And if you get the large ones, of course, family 2 to 3, 4 people, then probably doing enough for them. But you also get the mini ones as well for one person jobbing. Yeah, there we go. They're really good, efficient little items.
Not only that, there is one of the Kelly kettle or type. I'm not sure if Kelly makes it or it's a different one that takes the heat as well and has a where it produces electricity enough to charge your cell phone.
Yeah. I know what you mean. They're orange, aren't they? They've got an orange sort of look to them. I can't think of it. Yeah, they're good because, as you say, the secondary benefit is they produce electricity and you can charge through USB devices as well. Yeah.
Which means if you have a USB chargeable flashlight,
yep,
you can do that. You keep those charged off it while you're cooking.
Yeah, what's the name of them? I can't remember. It will come to me in a minute. I'll put the catchphrase in a minute.
I just see if it has it on it. Looking for the one that by different versions of it.
BioLite stove. That's what they're called.
Okay.
Yeah, I have one.
Right. All right. There you go. Shadow's got one. So, so how much? I haven't actually used them. I've heard a lot of people talk about them. Shadow. Do they? When it's the heat it produces, does it charge an internal battery, and it stores the stuff in the battery like a power bank?
It's a detachable battery bank, so you can.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can detach it from the stove itself, which is really nice.
Right. Yeah, that's good then. Yeah,
when
they're
you
good.
need to charge it up, you put it on the stove and.
Because you can also get they got a BioLite family, and you can get the lamps that go with it.
Yeah, you can get a lot of accessories to it.
Right. So the question I've always had in my mind about these sorts of things is how long, if the detachable power bank was empty, how long would you have to have it burning for to fully charge the power bank?
There you go. There's some different ones that do it.
All right. See, I like the middle right one there. It's like a little potbelly stove.
That one, and you got that one, and you got a rocket stove type.
Yeah, that's a good little, bigger version, shall I say?
Yeah. And so they got the it's got the heating element that goes into the fire and to.
Well, I see it makes sense. You know, produce electricity as well, and it's efficient and functional, clean burning, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'm not sure the price. What sort of price we're looking at with them things?
Just a second. Let me look at give me a second here to BioLite camp stove.
$150.
Here. Camp stove.
I have the BioLite camp stove too.
Yeah.
Right. Now that's
so $149.
Sorry, PV. I'm looking at your diesel.
And then you got the big one here for $339.
Yeah.
See that price is just I wouldn't buy that.
You
get all the accessories for $339.
Yeah, it looks like you got a lot of accessories on there.
That would be too expensive for me. $150 or £150, which is probably what we'd have to pay for it for a one-person sort of single burner. I would rather get, to be honest, a double gas burner with loads of gas.
Yeah.
But I could see the attraction. Yeah, you know, they are very good. It would just be I've got other things to spend my money on rather than one of those at the moment. The priority wouldn't be there.
Yeah, I would rather get just a little solar panel, you know, a little small, like 8x10 solar panel that will charge a phone, and for $25, and then get a better stove for the rest of the money.
Yeah, you take that solar panel for the BioLite solar panel on the screen too, Gil?
So they've got a BioLite solar panel as well, that is compatible. Is that right?
BioLite solar panel.
Oh, right. Okay.
And so you got the battery bank, and there's a solar panel. These are the more expensive ones, but
they have two versions of it.
Well, there you go.
One larger and one smaller.
Here's just a small power bank with solar panel on it. $39. You can charge your phones.
So you're drawing into the company is starting to draw people into a system where they've all their kit revolves around a sort of BioLite system there.
Yeah.
I see. No, I mean, I can imagine that that will get expensive.
Yeah.
And it's we like to be frugal and this sort of stuff, not to be sniffed at. But I can see the attraction. It's efficient and it's a good little unit. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this one's on sale right now. Regular $49. That's $29.
All right. Okay. So that's a non-branded sort of power bank solar charger.
That's a non-branded and
42,000 milliampere. Huh?
Yeah.
Obviously, 75% of that is what you actually get. Power banks is a different sort of.
Yeah.
There's a whole new set of things to look for in a power bank. Yeah.
And that allows you to spend your other money on a good cook stove.
When I look at things like this, off-grid sort of cooking and heating and stuff, I always start off, at the pre-technological age, because it's tried and tested stuff that can't go wrong. It stood the test of time.
Yeah.
I always look at start of World War II and see what methods they use and what equipment they use and gear and the budgets they had for the people in Britain during the Blitz and stuff like that. And I mean that that works, and they endured it, and they developed it on from there, and they got on with it. So when it comes to more modern day stuff, I can see a lot of it breaking down, going rusty, single points of failure.
Well, you'll like this one then, this idea then. back during World War II, because we had such, petroleum shortages and stuff, a lot of the farmers here in the U.S. Converted their trucks and their tractors to run on gasifiers.
Oh, yeah.
And there's actually a company out there that is making, see if I can find it here, gasifier powered generator.
Yep.
Let's see if that does it.
I think they did the same thing over there in England, didn't they?
We use them over here, and they're you can get them over here as well. I've actually got plans in PDF format to make them.
Yeah, so here's you got different gasifiers and stuff, and here's this one is a that's for steam generator, but there's where's the gasifier one? There's a commercial one that's actually doing. Here we go. Here's your gasifier running over to a generator to provide power for the generator.
Yeah, because if anyone doesn't know out there, we're talking about pyrolysis, and if anyone's unaware, when you burn, say, wood, the fumes, the smoke that comes off, and all the gases that come from burning wood is also combustible. So you have a secondary combustion chamber, and this is all the stuff that gets drawn into the combustion chamber of generators and engines, so they can then burn them and carry on. And like you say, Gil, that's a tried and tested thing that they used in the Second World War.
Yeah,
it wasn't widespread, but they did use them on things like farms and stuff like this, where they had the gear and the facilities to actually convert.
There was an episode. This is a little over a decade now. There was an episode of Doomsday Preppers where this one family, they converted their 1965 GMC pickup truck, and they put a gasifier in the bed, and they were fueling it with goat poop, dry goat poop.
Yeah.
Yep.
And in Kansas, a lot of the corn farmers out there would take the corn stalks and stuff and burn those.
All right. Yep. There's a TV series, which is very good. Thoroughly recommend it. It's called Wartime Farm, and it's 3 historians, and they recreate various aspects of World War II and how they lived and farmed. Everything from power to vehicles to animals, pigs, all the whole shebang. And basically, they built. Sorry,
I was going to say, I thought I'd seen something. Maybe we were talking about the same show, but I thought I'd seen something where they actually had to build an Anderson shelter in their backyard.
Oh, they did all that. Yeah. That's all same sort of thing. Yeah, they built a one of their projects that they did on the program. They built a gasifier for this truck they had. It was an old school bus.
All right,
and it worked very well.
Shadow, could you share this? All right, so all I did was search the FEMA gasifier plans, and you got several different ones where like biomass downdraft gasifier engine, FEMA gasifier plans. You can actually go down and download the plans to build a gasifier. The library, driveonwood.com has stuff. Yeah, so the plans are out there to build your own gasifier, and it's a PDF downloads, and they're free.
If you want to, people can build a basic one just out of a load of tin cans. And there's a book. There's a guy called Lewis Dartnell, and he wrote this book, How to Survive the End of the World as We Know It. Something along those lines, How to Survive the Apocalypse. You can just Google Lewis Dartnell. He's also got a website. In fact, I've got the book here. There it goes. It's called The Knowledge. That's what the book is called. And he talks about how to rebuild our world after a collapse. And he goes into how to cook and things like this. He's got on his website. He's got a good video of making a simple, really simple out of cans pyrolysis stove, basically, and it's amazing the flames that come out the top of it. It's, it's literally like a rocket. It's really good.
And if you like it, you can go to Amazon. They have gasifier plans there. Most of them are paperback, but I'm seeing if they'll do Kindle on it here. Yeah, they have some of them on Kindle. And if you have Kindle Unlimited, you get to read it for free.
Yep. Good. And then, of course, talking about how to cook, people want to use the most efficient form of cooking possible because they want to preserve the fuel that they're using, etc., etc. And a good one to use out there, which I don't really hear about many people talking about it much, is a boiler. You compartmented steam boiler.
Mm-hmm.
So you just stack your vegetables up in little trays within the unit itself.
CR, and to answer yet about the gasifier powered by solar, they have taken lenses, magnifying lenses, generally a Fresnel lens, to heat up the chamber where the wood is at to the point where it produces the gas, then that they can use to run a generator. That way you're not having the fire to burn the wood, to heat the wood, to gasify the wood. You're just using the sun to gasify the wood. That takes a little bit more brain power than what I'm capable of right now.
A picture of the stove I've got there is what I was talking about earlier, the cartridge stoves.
Oh yeah, I got one of those.
I've heard stories that they were banned at one point in Australia because they were so dangerous, but I've not been able to verify that. And these, I'd say, those cartridges below a certain temperature, they become very problematic. But I can imagine a lot of people using them because they're cheap and cheerful. You can store a lot of gas canisters and so on. Mm-hmm. For some people, I've seen people use these in like vans when they're out on the road. Like I say, because they're small unit, you can put them in a drawer, convenient, no hassle.
Now, I do have a question with those gas fires. I'd have to assume there's got to be some limitation with those, and I don't know if the modern vehicles, if you'd be able to rig those up to a modern vehicle. I don't know, like especially with the electronics and computers and everything like that.
Yeah, I see your point there. I mean, how would one go with a turbo?
I don't know, because like in that episode Doomsday Preppers that I'm referring to, where they attached it to an old 1965 GMC pickup, obviously that's pre-computer, and they even expressed the point that when they put it on there, the truck didn't have nearly as much power as it did when it
I've heard that. I've heard the fact that it doesn't produce as much power.
But the thing was, it did run, it did drive, and so you could still having to fill up the fuel tank with gas.
I suppose it's especially effective when you've got large scale dumb machinery like tractors and stuff like that, the older tractors and stuff that would be useful.
Yeah. So that's my wife got this for me for Christmas one year. It's one of those stoves, and it takes a variety of these. The thing is, you got to make sure you get the one that has the right locking top to work on your particular stove. Because I've seen several different, I've seen 2 or 3 different models of these.
How much do they charge for those there? We normally see them over here in packs of 4.
At Walmart, I bought a 4-pack. I think they were mismarked. It was a 4-pack, and I got it for $8.
Okay, that's good.
I've seen the singles there at Walmart for $4, but it was a 4-pack for $8. And I think it was mismarked, and I grabbed 3 of them.
We see them over here now. Those canisters in 4-pack lost about 15 pounds, something like that. They're getting ridiculously expensive. Yeah.
And these stoves are really lightweight. And
yeah, they're the good little convenient
that
units.
comes, that comes off, turns over, and now you have your raised part here. And then this opens up, and then the canister goes in. Like, wrong way. Canister goes in this way, and it has a little tab right here on top that this notch there needs to go into. And
Yeah.
if it doesn't match up just right, you can have a leak. But it's really, I mean, looking at the backside, it's lightweight, it's neat, it's easy, and it has a pezzo lighter on it, so it has the push button on the thing. It has a locking mechanism here. Yep, you get here. Once you have that in there, you lock the canister in place.
Yeah.
So
yeah, good. They are good. Yep.
I can buy a stove like that here, and they are cheap here, so
They
are
can be
not
quite
that
fragile.
expensive.
Some of those as well. There's I've got a picture up there. You'll see it in a minute. I mean, it can be easy as I've got a load of bricks in the garden, and purely there because you can make loads of things out of them. One of the things, I mean, this is the picture there's a breeze block version. You only need like 6 to 8 bricks, and you can make yourself a little cooker like that. Simple as that. And if people are struggling,
Oh, yep.
that's all you need, really. And it can be as simple as that, or as elaborate as you like. Another thing is the grid might have gone down, and for various reasons, you might have evacuated, and you might have been evacuated to a hotel room, for instance. That could have been your temporary place of residence whilst the power's being sorted out for whatever reason the event's caused. I saw Uncle Al has did a video a while back about a method he had used to cook in a hotel room, and it was one of these little plug-in devices with a coil on the end that you used to see in cars, and you can use them in cars as well. Some of them, they got like a cigarette lighter power source on one end, little lead, and the other end's basically a coil, and you put it in water and it heats the water up. There you go. You got you can make yourself tea, coffee. You can heat up water for.
What you're describing is something I think I've seen over at like Flying J truck stops. They've got
probably little coil on the end of it, and that heats up. You put it in water, and that goes. It can be as simple as that. And like I say, the grid might have gone down, but your engine, your vehicle is still usable. So you can use the power socket from that.
Yep.
To fire up a low electrical device, or use your engine to cook your food on. You might even want to siphon the fuel out your engine if we're talking about an EMP sort of scenario, and use the fuel from your engine. It all goes back to diversifying your fuel sources, get a multi-fuel burner and this sort of thing. I mean, I've seen, when it comes to oil, I've seen used oil heaters. I've not really looked at used oil dedicated cookers either, because obviously there's gunge and all sorts in them. But I suppose you could use a used oil heater to muster up some sort of cooking device with as well. In fact, the truck scenario, the truckers have got some unique little gadgets all the time, and if people scope out what they use to cook with, I should imagine they'd come up with some sort of little good device.
To answer the question there, propane vaporizes as low as minus 42 degrees centigrade, minus 44 Fahrenheit, while butane vaporization point is minus 1 degree centigrade or 31 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah. That little cooker you had there with the gas canister, I had a heater that's used those, which was pointless because it was -5 and the thing wouldn't heat because it was too cold. You couldn't make it up. A heater that doesn't work in the cold is ridiculous. And to get it going when it was in there, I mean, it wouldn't effectively work at 5 degrees. You had to temporarily stop it, shake the canister up, and get the fluid moving and stuff. And
Yeah,
it's a bit hard work. It was.
I'm not gonna lie. That's why most
Hey,
of my
CR.
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 That's why.
Hi. Can everyone hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, loud and
Yep.
clear.
Got your 5x5.
Yeah, I was getting sick of the food ads. I had to join.
So I was saying,
Seriously, I got every single food ad.
Hey, they know. Hey, the platform knows about you, CR.
Go on, Dios. What you say?
I was saying that was one of the reasons why I steered clear of the butane, because like a lot of people, they like the jet boil stoves and the little portable butane single burner stoves, and they're cool and everything. And yeah, it's neat. You know, you can carry this whole cooking unit. And it really does not take up hardly any space, and it's really lightweight if you're going to throw it in the backpack or something and go.
That's it.
But the limitations of the butane, I just don't like the fact that it freezes, and one of those canisters is way more expensive than a canister of propane. You know, a little 1 pound cylinder of propane.
I tell you, for years, good 12 years plus, I was on foot in the army, and my cooker was a folding little cooker, hexamine cooker, hexi stove we used to call them, solid hexamine blocks, and that was it. You pop it open, you literally boil in your water, you enough to make a brew. You'd have your metal mug full of water, and you boil in the bag in the metal mug, and within 5 minutes, your water will be boiling, your food will be cooked, and you're done. Put the fire out, close the cooker up, and you're done and dusted. Simple as that. And like I say, you can only do it outside, obviously, because of the fumes it creates. But we did a test once, me and this bloke. I got mine out, and he got his little gas burner out, and they were just both literally the same amount of time to cook it on.
Yeah. I should ask real quick on those hexamine tabs. Do they soot up or anything like that, or they burn clean?
No, they burn pretty black.
Okay.
Definitely. You got to basically. It's not a problem because you know the bottom of your mug or your pot, for instance. As soon as you finish cooking, you just rub it on the wet grass, and it just gets rid of it. There's always a black tarnished bit at the bottom. But,
yeah.
You know, who's bothered about that, really? You're not going to... Yeah, exactly. Exactly that, CR. Various cooking methods. The serrated bits down or the serrated bits up. And interestingly enough, a good point on these, the hexamine tablets, when you cook on those, the best idea, when you cook on them, the flame spreads out from the actual square block. So what you want to do to aid efficiency is break those with your fingers or smash them against your knee to break them. Break them into 4 pieces and put each piece in the corner of that folding stove, and the flame spreads out, and you got a bigger sort of
increase
area.
The surface area. Area. Remember, fire, surface area, air, oxygen, the fuel, right? It all matters. Yeah,
there you go. Yeah, and used one of them for years, and I thoroughly recommend it. I've still got one. And I've got one as a alternative method in me one of my bags, my outdoor bags. So yeah, thumbs up.
Yeah, one of these
years warming on the hex tabs. You definitely need ventilation.
Yeah, definitely not an indoor device at all. They've gone now to something called a Fire Dragon Gel, which is cleaner, but they're still not an indoor thing. The downside of those, you puncture the foil covering on them, and it can leak out.
Hey, PV, sorry to drag the conversation back to previous topic, that that whole newspaper compression thing where you compress it into a brick.
All right, yep.
Do the soccer hooligans use that to make the Millwall bricks?
Yeah, Millwall brick. Yeah, well, the Millwall brick. Millwall is a football team, and in the late 80s, the football hooligan movement was notorious in Britain, and they used to be, running battles in the streets and the pubs, in the grounds, and that's why they had all these big fences and grates and shielding put up in the football stadiums. Anyway, the trouble got that bad that they started to inspect and search everyone who went into the grounds for weapons and this sorts of stuff. So to bypass that and some sort of ingenious sort of weapon, these people used to take in newspapers with them. And then once in, they'd fold it up into a certain way where this newspaper would be rock hard, like a brick. Hence, the Millwall football team pioneered this sort of technique. And it's got a Millwall brick, and you throw it at someone, it would knock them out. This thing was solid. Yeah, that's the history behind the Millwall brick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just like it just dawned on me. It's like that newspaper device that we were talking about earlier. It's like, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Previous conversation, we were talking about the Millwall brick.
Yeah. So I went from. So we went from those folding Hexamine stoves, and then a lot of guys and all these sort of things came out. So a lot of guys started to use the Trangia cooker, just the actual burner itself, the methylated spirits burner. And likewise, super efficient. And I've got that as well. Little brass burner, dig a little on the ground, place it in there. And that's enough to do 2 meals, two half-litre brews. And you carry that around with a sort of 500 mils worth of methylated spirits in a bottle. That's good for a week, But as with anything like liquid and that, it's, you knock it over, it can be super dangerous. So people have got to be very careful with that sort of stuff. And they could, you can also look at alternative fuels such as clean alcohol burners and this sort of thing.
Now, here's something that.
Yeah, someone's ringing you.
Yeah, I gotta go anyway. So see you guys later.
All right.
Okay,
Bye,
see you
Jeff.
later.
I'll see you later.
Here's something that Aid and I can actually relate to, but you just, I've got a whole stack of those flameless ration heaters from the MREs.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of those. Like I don't use them. Whenever I do heat up an MRE and eat it, I just boil up some water. But I got those.
Yeah, definitely. We said earlier that I said, some people may be in a situation where they don't want to cook, they don't want to produce smells or fires.
Yeah,
or
and that was the reason. That's part of the reason why I would have those.
And it's convenient as well. You literally, and that's why they were in the MRAs to begin with. They're just super quick, little tiny bit of water in a bag, and literally you're done. And basically, you can, when you look at efficiency, I mean, one MRE heater will do 2 meals if you put them in the middle of 2 meals. Actually, I was going through my stuff the other day, and I bought 30 of those on a deal a couple of months ago, and I've got them. That's another little option I've got. Because, like I say, they're just super easy, no messing. You're done.
Yeah.
And if you want to, you could also, I won't say the name of it, you can make a device which makes a loud bang with those things as well. It's called an MRE bomb. And basically what you do is you get a plastic water bottle, you put one in there, put a bit of water in, close the lid up and throw it. And then, if you want to draw attention to yourself for whatever reason, it makes a huge bang. And
for signaling purposes, right?
Actually,
purposes.
Actually, that reminds
For
me
signaling.
of the dry ice bombs people would do with
Distraction.
water bottle.
Yeah, same sort of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dry ice or like one of those compressed air bottles, canisters.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I
could
know
even
about that too.
use. I thought about this the other day when I was going through my kit. So I was packing loads of those heaters, MRE heaters, and also come across some hand warmers, which are the same sort of thing. I thought to myself, well, wonder if anyone's actually tried using a hand warmer to heat an MRE meal up as well. I'm not sure it would get to the same.
Yeah, like I said, those
temperature,
don't generate the
It's
same.
as hot.
but it
Yeah,
would warm it up, I suppose.
I mean, if it's cold outside and you want a warm meal, at least it would help.
And I suppose you could also use
and-
an MRE heater to, after you've used it to cook your meal, don't throw it away. Use it to warm your hands up and put it in somewhere to retain heat.
Gloves, dry your gloves,
Yep.
if they're wet. It's the same thing like if you were like cooking over fire, over a coals or something like that. If there's still some coals, do something with that, right? Maybe warm up the water for that coffee. Put it in a thermos, right? Because I'm imagining like if it's an extended period of time, you don't have to like use everything you got, right? Use everything you're doing, right? It's like, I still got some coals, I'm gonna do something with them, right?
So
Instead of just letting the heat just escape.
yeah.
interesting comment there is so Cullinan Strange says if a flameless ration heater has trouble starting, add some salt water to kickstart the reaction. Oh, right, okay.
No.
Yeah, because the iron would oxidize more.
Yeah, that's
Right, okay. I've never heard
The
that one,
rest.
but yeah, good tip.
Oh, that
good
makes
tip.
sense. That makes sense. I'll keep that in mind.
I was gonna say we back in my old job up there in Colorado when I used to work for Allied Van Lines, we were moving people. One time it's during wintertime, we we're trying to get this one family packed out, and one of the movers, one of the fellow movers came up to me saying his hands was cold, and I at the time, actually, believe it or not, I had some of the MRE ration heaters with me, and I told him, only put a little bit of water in here. This will heat up, and it's going to heat up real fast. It'll get your hands warm, but careful, you'll burn yourself. You're not, And he did exactly that. He's like, I asked him, "How are your hands? Are they warm?" He's like, "Oh yeah, they're warm." It worked. I was like, "Yeah, I told you. You just got to be careful. It's a MRE ration heater.
Yeah, they're super hot. Them things
designed for warming your hands."
Mm-hmm.
Just before I'll depart, there's a lot to be said for the progression of learning from is a good progression of starting off with bushcraft survival skills. You go bushcrafting. It's all about using the environment around you to
with the tools you have,
make the job done, get the job done, and it includes cooking. And so, if anyone wants to develop their skills into an all-rounded sort of skill set, then try a bit of bushcrafting. You got your fire skills, building the fire, harvesting the materials to build the fire, making the fire itself the source of ignition, to different cooking techniques. And not only that, but using and trying out different methods, from tripods to hanging branches to suspend your cooking pot and this sort of stuff, or using alternative methods of actual cooking as aside from using the cooking pot.
A cooking pit is useful too.
Flat stones to cook on, to use them as a sort of hot plate. Cooking outside the box, like if you get an egg, for instance, put the egg on the coals itself, cut the top of the egg off so the contents aren't spilling out, and you can boil the egg as it is there, using the shell as the sort of cooking vessel.
Well, yeah, you just make a pinhole with like a pin or something like that. Maybe you have a sewing needle and you just make a pinhole.
Yeah.
So
foraging, and if the event which causes the blackout that goes on that long, people may resort to foraging, sea foraging. The seashore provides loads of sort of food, easily cooked shellfish and snail, limpets and that sort of stuff. Seaweed, easily cooked on rocks. Some of these things. So, and then then start to develop your skills in that sort of areas. Start looking into other more elaborate means, the more sort of dedicating cooking things, cookers, stoves, into more of the gadget side that will give other sort of secondary benefits like the
BioLite.
kettle, the BioLite stove, and this sort of thing.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because technology is, sun oven.
Yeah,
But you
I
gotta
mean
be-
that's all. Yeah.
Yeah. Develop your skills in conducive to the environment you're in or likely to be in.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
the sun oven, BioLite, kettles, right? They're all good and all, but you want to still know how to use quote unquote fire itself, right?
Yeah.
The more
I
primitive
personally-
type means.
I think you can't beat. I mean, I've got a system. I've got a multi-fuel stove, wood and smokeless fuel, coal. Cook on that, heat the water on that, boil the water on that, and gas. So
Yeah, more options, right? So whatever
yeah,
is
exactly.
better
you
at
can
that
get
time. If it's too
13
cold, don't
kilo-
use the gas. If it's too cold, don't use the alcohol. If it's and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If it's sunny, use solar, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. 13 kilo
Well,
gas bottles, fairly cheap. They last 3 months.
Yeah.
Use them 3 times a day. So you can quite
But-
easily gauge and estimate your sort of duration of need, if you like,
Yeah.
on a gas bottle.
Well, that's another thing. If you actually practice with it, you kind of know how long it takes or how much
Yeah.
fuel it uses, right? For where
Yeah,
you
that's
are,
key.
especially because like even the ultralight camp hikers out there, they know exactly what they're doing, right? Because it's pre-planned ahead, right?
Oh yeah.
Their canister,
Hey.
they know exactly how much they can get 2.5 or whatever free meals out of one canister or whatever, for example, right? And they
And
know
that- yeah.
exactly how long.
And that's all
Right.
through trial and error. They guarantee
so-
their first outing will be vastly different from their most recent outing because they've realised that you don't need that, you don't need this, and this is better
Well,
than that.
Yeah, and comes back to that proactive approach of preparedness, right? You've already tried this stuff, so you know kind of how long it takes, how much water
Yeah.
you need,
Exactly.
how much fuel and all this stuff. You would know this information beforehand, so you don't need to error or try it because you've already tried it, and the error you've already have the errors, right? You've already perfected the method, right? It's just now you're doing it for real, kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Regardless.
Right. So anyway,
if it's- okay.
I've got to go. It's my time. Over to you, CR.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm taking over.
Tag to you. Over to
No
you.
problem.
And, see you later, Dios. I'll catch you in a bit.
Later, PV.
Okay, he's passing the baton
see
to
you
me.
later, PB.
Yeah,
He's
catch you later,
passing
Shadow.
the baton. There, PV.
If anyone's interested, I've got a drive, Google Drive with loads of links and gasifier stuffs and that, and just ping me a message or whatever, and I'll send you it. Anyway, catch you later, folks. I'll see you in a bit.
Oh, it's always nice to have him here.
Yeah,
Well,
it's always nice.
hey, I'm at the bottom warming you guys up with this virtual fire.
Yeah, you are. CR's on fire.
Yeah. I was gonna say when you guys were talking about the paper fireworks. Well, I know it as a paper firework. I've tried this before in a smaller scale, right? I mean, if you were going to do this in a big scale, right? Let's just say I don't know. Hey, I just managed to look at this fax machine or whatever. It's got a bunch of paper in there, right? As a potential resource, right? But just say the situation is going longer. Solar's kind of out of the question because it's intermediate and stuff like that. And you still maybe have a little bit of wood to burn, right? I would consider the paper firewall as a way to extend as another fuel source or extend the amount of fuel you do have, like in terms of wood or biomass, right? Because it's like, well, in this situation, I would consider that.
Yeah,
Because the thing about paper fireworks is that it's easy to make, but you actually have to set the time to dry them. So if you already, for example, if you were cooking with fire, or maybe there's intermediate solar, you could be using that heat energy to dry out the paper fireworks a little bit faster.
When my dad made
example.
those paper logs, he didn't wet the paper down. He used paper masking tape to hold them together, roll them up.
Well, if you have that option, right? But maybe that resource is going down too, and you only have like snow, water, rainwater, or whatever to use now.
Yeah.
Because the bigger the log is, it takes a lot longer to dry out. The reason why those rollers work is because it compresses it together, right? Now,
Yeah.
you can actually do this with cordage too by it's that is it the whipping method? Basically, it's the same way that you would put like on paracord on a handle, or like say like a sheath of a moor or something like that, right? It's that whipping motion, right? And you basically pull the two ends and it constricts the loops together, right? In that same way, you can force that water out more. So basically, you're it's like wringing out a towel or something like that. You're basically holding it so it compresses the water, so it forces the water out, right?
Ow, ow, ow. Sorry. Cat's being a little butthead right now.
Yeah, because like I've made paper fireworks before in smaller scale, but that's how I usually do it, right? I'll roll it with water and then I'll just twist it together with paracord or some form of cordage you might have, and just hold it in that shape until it starts to dry out more. And of course, like Gil said, you know, you can add stuff to it if you wanted to get the burn a little bit better.
That was the first I ever heard of vegetable oil.
Well, it's possible. I mean, like basically, you're just adding in something, so it just kind of gives you. It's like adding petroleum jelly Vaseline to a cotton ball. It extends the burn time. That's basically what you're doing as an accelerant or something like that. To just kind of either get it going or keep it going a little bit longer. Because I would, like I said, I would consider making a paper firewall if, depending on the situation, you know, some things are dwindling and stuff like that. I consider that, especially if there was abundant resource of it, right? I don't know, from wherever, right? You know, maybe you find like a big stack of paper.
Sorry. God, cat.
It's
geez.
okay.
You know, or something like that. Because it'd be much more beneficial to do something like that. Well, because it would keep your mind busy too, right? Because you're actively trying to improve on the situation too, right? Versus, you know, not thinking ahead, right? A little bit more proactive, right? Let's say you got all this gas, you got all this propane, alcohol, external, whatever, solar options, right? It's just another option to consider, right? So if those resources or the sun's not happening much, maybe consider it, or it's doing the resources or the fuel level is dwindling, consider it, right? It's like, things aren't getting much better yet, right? Because it might buy you just enough time for whatever to come back, or civilization to come back, or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because I would consider that. Almost to the point, I want to actually make one right now. I actually want to make one right now, but yeah. Like I said, the paper firewall, I mean, you just have to make it in advance. Because it actually takes time for it, right? You're not going to have it
Yeah.
wet, right? Because you got to drive the water out from the center, for example. Like, I've seen people make blocks out of it or whatever. I just like to roll it because it doesn't take a tool or tools, specialty tools to do that with, like an actual paper log making type of thing. Because not everyone has that. Let's be honest, right? Not everyone's gonna have access to that or even be able to find one, right? But
yeah,
you can wet a sheet of paper and just roll it.
What those are.
But being able to wet a piece of paper and roll it and add some cordage around it to tighten it up so it squeezes out the water, let it sit in the sun or by the fire pit, let it dry out, right? Eventually you would have something, especially if you have enough of it, of the resource.
Yeah.
Because I kind of figure if you were like in certain situations, right? Let's say you're snowed in or something like that. Like, I'm grateful present he was snowed in, right? I'm saying he probably had other sources to use, right? But I would consider that as an option. I'd be like, well, you know, I want to cook this extra meal. You know, maybe it'll buy me some more time to cook couple extra meals. You know, buy me that extra day or two, right? Because, like I said, you're proactively doing something versus just.
I'm not gonna lie though, not very many people have that much paper stocked up.
Well, no, I know that.
So,
but
you know, and something tells me like if we're in like a really bad situation, I think the newspaper's going to get burned up before all the trees and logs and everything get cut up and cut down and burned, turned into firewood.
I'm just saying, like maybe it's like, hey, I found a stash of coloring books, something like that.
Yeah, stacks of magazines.
Well, magazines are a little bit more. The glossy stuff's a little bit more.
Yeah, I know it doesn't burn as nicely as
well, because
but that would be a more likely scenario. I found a stack of magazines. I found a stack of comic books. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, if need be, right? It could be toilet paper or paper towel if need be, right? Yeah. Every day scenario. Camping. I'm not gonna do that, right? Because I don't want to. Once you burn that TV, it's gone, right? So you won't have access to the TV or the paper towel anymore if you want to use it, right? So
unless you're taking like an old paint can and you're taking your roll of TP and you're
I've seen
moving that roll, the roll
with alcohol,
with alcohol
and stuff like that. I've seen people do that stuff like that.
They call it buddy burners. At least that's why.
Well, actually, the buddy burners are usually made with cardboard and wax. However, I said before, the taller the buddy burner is, the less efficient it is because it's gonna whip and draw that wax vapor all the way up to the top.
Yeah.
Hence, usually they're made with tuna cans or shorter. Because I've tried taller ones, and eventually it starts off nicely, but eventually you won't be able to relight it because the wax is so down deep. You actually need a fire starter itself in the center to start it. Right. Yeah. This is why I've gone towards like dryer lint conversion ones, because it's easier to stir it or to liberate the heat. Because I can just pull strands to the surface, right? It'll actually wick up better in terms of stuff like that. Because I've made versions like that before. They seem to work. Actually, that stove that I showed you, that folding stove I showed you guys earlier, the other one I have that I do use, I've actually used a version like that to make hot instant coffee on one of my trips, one of my outings. I think I showed it in one of my videos a long time ago, back in 2017, doing that, which is the same year that I showed the paper firewall. But it's a good way of making either a fire start or some sort of fuel source to use if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You can dip it into accelerants or whatever, add stuff into it and stuff like that. Because technically you can start those with a Ferrocene. I mean, granted, probably we're going to be using lighters probably generally for ignition or a spark from like a canister or whatever, right? But stuff like that. But good to know that you can still do that. Well, because it's fibrous, right? So the paper firewall is fibrous, so you just expose the fibers, or the tip of the knife or whatever, right? Something like that. Kind of like making what's that called? Maya dust with fat wood. Same concept, right? Because fire, like I said, everyone knows about the fire triangle: heat, and fuel, right?
Heat,
but surface
fuel,
area.
oxygen.
Yeah, but surface area plays a big part of it, right?
Yeah.
It's just like even the tea light candles. If you put more wicks, you just add more surface area for it to burn.
Yeah.
So it would get hotter faster.
At some point in time, though, when the fire gets hot enough, the surface area really isn't much of a factor.
Well, yeah, but when you're initially starting.
Yeah.
And something like that, right? Because either you're trying to concentrate it together.
I'm not disagreeing with you with anything you've said thus far. Like you're.
Well, I mean, like even a gent boiled or something like that, it focuses it into like a more focal point, right? Versus being more broad or spread out like an open flame. Some would say an alcohol stove or something like that, right? Probably for the same reason why like a long fire can keep you warmer, because you got that surface area.
Yeah.
Versus if you just made a teepee fire.
Long
different
fire.
fire.
That's what them Vikings used to use to heat the great halls and everything like that, right? Am I right there, Shadow?
As soon as I joined, he's like, "Oh, CR's here. I don't have to."
Yeah, I know.
Hour. Shadow knows that I would have someone to say about this. Remember, Shadow, last week I had to hold back everything I wanted to talk about. Remember, because you brought it up. Oh, next week's topic's about this, and I had to hold back on how much I was talking about it until this week today.
I had family coming out of town, so I completely missed last week.
Well, family comes first.
Yeah.
It's all good, Steve. It's all good. But yeah, I mean, I've seen. Okay, I think let's look at this at a situation like more of us, most of us here. I forget who's still here. I'm assuming Kaylin, Idaho Garden Girl, and some other people are still here. I don't know who's still here. I didn't bring up back up the subject, but let's kind of go back to the beginning in our kind of preparedness adventure or journey, right? Like, what did you guys start with first, right? Like, was it those canister stoves, because you went hiking or camping, or did you DIY like a rocket stove?
All right. We'll get into the little time machine. We're gonna go back in time when I actually started, quote unquote prepping. Okay. Unofficially, I started prepping back in 2015. Officially, it was late 2016. But unofficially, when I look back at it, it's like, technically I was preparing even back then too. But I just didn't recognize it as that. But I started out with unofficially. I started out with make sure I had extra storage cans of gasoline, and I made sure I always kept my pickup truck topped off and ready for the wintertime because I was stationed up in Connecticut, and I still remembered the winter storm earlier from that year that had actually shut down Interstate 95 and actually left a whole bunch of drivers stranded on the Interstate 95 bridge over the Thames River in Connecticut. And a lot of people, they ran their cars out of gasoline because they kept them running, kept them idling to keep the heaters on, keep their cars warm. We had over 3 feet of snowfall just in that one storm within, I want to say, like 48 hours time period. It shut everything down, including the Navy base I was stationed at. Like, everything was ground to a halt for like 2 days with that storm. In fact, it even caused power outages too. But like I said, unofficially, I started with that, make sure the vehicle was ready to go. Officially, I started by buying cases of MREs at my local base commissary and stacking those up in my closet, my barracks room.
Okay.
So,
because I was just thinking, considering, let's always remember the real life situations, real life examples of stuff, right? And we're from these and what people probably wanted to do but didn't do in advance versus, what people actually did in advance.
Sorry, repeat the question.
Sorry, my headset's dying. Listen, I'm gonna have to charge the headset and go back to the phone.
I figured.
I was gonna say, what did I say? I just lost my train of thought because I just said it on the top of my head. But basically, what I'm saying is things that we have wanted to use that we didn't do in advance, right? Let's say fuel up the vehicle, for example, right? Maybe have some MREs or something like that. And considering the real life examples out there, the hurricanes, the storms, the winter storms, right? The ice storms, right? Because usually these do knock out the power.
Yeah.
Right? Even extreme cold, there is a certain degree of extreme cold that can cause the grid to go down because rolling blackouts or something like that because everyone's using a space heater, for example, right? So these things can happen. And even just having like these options that we've been talking about, right? Like maybe, hey, I got a fuel biomass type of heater or cooker or whatever it is, rocket stove, whatever, hobo stove, whatever, right? To maybe butane, propane, isobutane, and all that stuff as another option, right?
Yeah.
Because then you're not up the creek without a paddle, right? You can still, hey, it's not, let's say the power comes back in a couple hours. Hey, that wasn't so bad. Slight inconvenience, but nothing to stress over, right? I was ready for this, right? And stuff like that. And let's just say if that situation goes longer, you still have options, right? You're not, what to do now? Because
Yeah.
the thing is, about like if the power went down and you don't have electricity to cook with, like on a range or a stove or microwave, whatever, and stuff like that, right? You're gonna need something to kind of in the meantime, right? Because technically you still gotta eat, right? And yes, you can eat the cold food first or whatever, right? Here's a banana or whatever, but if it's cold out,
Yeah, it
stew
does.
or soup, warm meal will warm you up, right?
Yeah, well, like I said, it takes a toll on your morale eating cold food versus eating some warm
Well,
food.
no, it's one thing if it's in the summer because it will cool you down, but in the winter time, now you have cold food in your stomach that's got to warm up
Yep.
and all that stuff, right? Like so soups and stews would be quite beneficial, right? Even if it's a little smaller cup, 1 cup, 2 cup, 500 ml size, right? And I'm a big proponent of having lids with those cooking pots and pans and cups and all that stuff. Even if it's aluminum lid or something like that, just so you kind of hold the heat in a little bit longer, right? A little bit longer. Well, because I imagine that if you're using biomass type of fuels for whatever, canisters, propane, whatever, fuel's gonna be a consumable, right? Automatically, you want to make sure you're using it the best, most efficiently as possible, especially if this situation extends out longer than even expected, right?
Yeah.
Something else happens or whatever, right? Because the thing is, this stuff is buying you time, but if you waste it, your time shortens. You have less of it to work with, right? Especially if you don't have something to resupply it, and there's no solar, so you don't have the renewable sources like something like that, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like that to remember because in situations, some of these events last much longer than a couple of days. And let's see, the ice storms, the hurricanes, amongst other things, right? Their effects linger longer, especially the power outages, right? Like even here in Canada, right? We had one back in 2021. It was a tropical depression, but people were out of power for at least 5 days. At least 5 days, right? Now the
Okay.
refrigeration part's probably not less of an issue because it was later it was quote unquote cooler out, but in terms of heating up a meal, even as simple as having that coffee, right? That warm brew, right? That sense of like, hey, I just got up. Maybe it's a little cold, but I can have a warm brew, right? Something to remind you of life itself, right? The routine that you usually have, wake up, have coffee, right? I can't use the coffee maker, but luckily I have a percolator. I just got to heat up water for whatever method I have, right? At
Yep.
that time, right? Alcohol stove, wood, whatever, right? Paper firelog, whatever. And you're heating up that water. It's gonna lift your spirits, right? The hot brew is gonna lift your spirits, kind of wake you up a little bit more and stuff like that, keep you a little bit more alert, right? Because there's something about that. Right? Like even see, I have this example where I visited someone and they did not tell me, oh, there's a scheduled power outage or whatever. CR. I'm like, they didn't tell me until I was already there. I'm like, seriously? I would have brought battery banks or whatever, right? But the thing is, the generator that they had, issues with it, right? We couldn't depend on it. My buddy's like, oh, I got an inverter in my vehicle, right? can work with the coffee maker, right? So we had to resort back to like, like wood, a chimney type of stove, outdoor thing, right? So we made cowboy coffee, and basically it was just a slight inconvenience, but our spirits were still up
Yeah.
for the situation, right? So because in a situation where things are going downhill, you got to keep your spirits up, or else you start going downhill, like the power, the resources, the consumables, right? But if your spirits up, you're more likely to keep wanting to do something, right? Because if your spirits are down, you don't want to do anything. You get lazy, complacent, and all that stuff. And that's probably not a good recipe, right?
Well, I mean, you can get complacent if your spirits.
I mean,
so.
well, I know. Well, I'm not saying it can't happen like that too. But what I'm saying is, like, you might want to keep something positive or proactive, right? Versus and having an energy level to keep it going too, right?
Good preparation techniques. Anything that comes up, it should just be a minor inconvenience, and that's it. Nothing more.
Yeah, right. Or there's just a little bit of stress. It's barely any, right? It's just like versus like full on HS, versus sorry, right here, but yeah, versus a more emergency type of situation where it's very, very important, right? Well, because like you said, there's this stuff happens all the time.
Right. What are you eating? Sorry.
No, but the stuff happens all the time if you think about it, right? In a given year, there's always some placement the power went out for maybe a couple hours versus something that's a little bit more extreme or long duration, like from a hurricane storm, right? Or something like that, right? Because usually with stuff with storms and hurricanes and such, right, the infrastructure itself is damaged. So it takes a lot longer in comparison if it's a power outage because, a raccoon knocked out the power.
Yeah.
That happened here. That happened here in Canada, by the way. I was watching the news the other day. Apparently that happened here in Canada. People lost power for a couple hours, right? But I mean, okay, slight inconvenience, right? Maybe you had some propane barbecue. It's just like, okay, we're just on barbecue tonight. But you just changed the meal plan, right? Slight inconvenience, right? You're not stressing over it because you have options, right? And I'm a big proponent of having options. Because when you have options, you still have hope. Because you still have something to use.
Exactly.
I'm not. I'm into just everything being limited. I'm just kidding. Kidding.
But yeah, because I noticed that when I see that with other people I see every so often, when they don't have options or the resources are extremely limited, they start stressing over it, right? Let's just say limited amount of food. I've seen someone go for that. They were starting to stress over it. All right, it's in that same way. I don't like to bring the TV thing back up again, but it almost feels like people went for that situation because, I don't have any left. I don't have any options. Now I get, and now I gotta go out of my way, buy something that's like more expensive than it usually is. It's price gouging and all this other stuff. Or sometimes a little proactive preparedness can save you time and money. And hassle too, right? Because you don't have to bring these resources together because you've already brought them together. Let's just say you already made the hobo stove or rocket stove in advance, right? And you tried it out once or twice, right? But it'll be there when the next time you need it, right? For example, right? Because you've already made it in advance. Because even a rocket stove, like with cans, right? Even if you have like tin snips or whatever, it still takes time, right? But if you're doing this beforehand with the grid still up, you can use power tools to accelerate the process. So the manufacturing or production of it is just shorter. And next thing you know, 5 minutes later, you got one ready to go.
Ow.
You burned it in just to make sure it's drawing air well, and next thing you know, you got somewhere. And like I said, Shadow, what I said earlier about foot pumps, force air, balloon pumps, right? They'll add the force oxygenated air into the system, so it'll burn hotter. Especially if you're trying to get down to coals faster for cooking purposes, right? And stuff like that. That way you don't have to wait as long because you're accelerating the combustion process a lot faster, right? And maybe in the meantime, you're using it to keep your hands warm until it gets down to cold,
Yeah.
so you can cook with it, right? Because it's like a balloon pump for me is like I guess you can use
Balloon pump make an excellent fireplace below.
you can have those tubes or whatever, but that's a manual. You're gonna use your own air, right? Versus a pump that you're stepping on or using your hands, right? You can keep that on for quite a bit of time. Because I've actually used one before a lot of times for campfires and stuff like that. Because it just, especially if the wood's not really that seasoned or kind of damp or whatever, it kind of gives you that edge in terms of like as a tool to use, right? Because if you think about it, forcing air into a fire gets it hotter. It's harder for you, right?
You're adding more oxygen to it, and oxygen is an accelerator.
Yeah, exactly, right? For the same reason why before the age of the blast furnace or whatever, right? Those kind of, they used to use like set these uphill and let the updraft carry the air up, right? Or they use accordion style type of bellows and stuff like that was used with the water nearby, for example, right? In terms of for making coal or for smelting or metal crafting, right? That's what they used. This is before the age of like the blast furnace.
Thank you, dears.
No problem.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hey,
Warren,
Warren,
what's up?
good to see you.
It's something to keep in mind, right? And a balloon pump, a bellows or anything like that. I mean, yeah, of course it's got moving parts, but I mean, like, it's relatively cheap to obtain. I can get one from a dollar store. I can get one secondhand, a thrift store, all this other stuff, right?
What do you guys call thrift stores in Canada again?
No, we still call them thrift stores, but secondhand places, right?
Oh, okay.
I mean, this could be a garage sale or yard sale or anything like that, right? Because sometimes, every so often, I'll keep an eye out for that kind of stuff. Because I'm like, for a quarter and I'm getting a pump, help me develop a campfire easier. Because it's going to be a lot easier than trying to wave like a piece of paper or a piece of cardboard. Like, I've seen people use the cardboard, don't get me wrong, it can work, but it takes a lot more effort. Because you're trying to move this piece of cardboard, right? Where if I'm using a pump, it's more focused, right? I can focusly, right? And I can keep it up a little bit longer. Or like a foot pump, right? You're just using your foot. If you get tired, someone else takes over, right? And you probably could automate that process to a certain degree, depending on what you have access to. Like I said, they used to use running streams to kind of drive bellows.
Yeah.
To get coals for smelting purposes, right? To get that whatever 2,000 degrees Celsius or whatever, right? To start melting that copper and iron and rudimentary steel and all that stuff. So I always keep that stuff in mind.
Sorry for the excessive noise. My cat's being a little butthead today.
Well, just like Preparedness Veteran said, right? And I'll probably say this very similar, right? Learn from the past, right? The things that have been used before that can work, right? This new modern day type of stuff, the electric fans, and all this stuff, right? Yeah, have them if you want, right? But what can you do if you don't have that? It breaks, something happens, whatever, right? Fire got too hot, the fan melted. Then what?
Yeah.
You need other options, right? Because the more options you have and more diversity they are, right? One option might be effective, but it won't affect the other option. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you guys still hear me? Apparently my headset died. I have to charge it up. But yeah, you know what I mean? Because I think this is why I'm always a big proponent of having options and diverse options. It's in the same way, like in a bag, like a go bag or something like that, some sort of bug bag. I don't just put I wouldn't just put 5 knives in, right? I would diversify the cutting tools so it'd be like a folder, fixed blade, a saw, right? Because then I have more diverse options, right? Because the saw is going to allow me to do stuff that it's going to be much more difficult with just a fixed blade. In terms of like cutting a stick right in half or whatever, right? It'd just be easier in that option, right? Versus like, let's say if I wanted to make a slit in something or whatever, I could instead just trying to baton it, I could just saw it. Bless you. So I'm a big proponent of having diverse options that maybe cover a lot of areas, and if one tool's affected or one thing's affected, it won't affect everything, so to speak. Like, for example, here, if for cooking purposes, right? Let's say you have wood, propane, solar, right? Hey, it's not sunny. I can use the propane. Propane's running low. I can't get it refilled yet. I'll use the wood and solar because it's sunny for some reason, right? You know, because sometimes a lot of these storms, the sun might come back out a couple of days later, 2 days later after the storm hurricane passes by, but the destruction's still there, right? The grid's still down, but it could be sunny. Because I think during that Texas freeze, yeah, I know it was snowing and freezing rain, but the sun did come back out later. A couple of days, let's say 2 days later or whatever, right?
Yeah, there was areas of Texas during the if we're referring to the Texas freeze back in February
2021.
Yeah, there were areas of Texas that actually froze over that weren't supposed to freeze over, that never freeze over, that their infrastructure is not even set up for freezes or, you know, regular cold snaps.
Okay. But what I'm basically saying is, like, I know I saw lots of video and images of like people having outdoor campfires, right? And they're still trying to stay warm. I get that, right? Like, but you know, if you had a store option later, it's like, for example, cooker or whatever, right? You could dip into that. The grid's still down, but now I don't have to use these consumables. I can use something more renewable, and you know, just in case if the situation went longer, something else happened, I could still use the consumables because I still have access to them because I haven't used them yet. If that makes any sense, right? It's just buying you more time, right? Because the renewables are buying you the time, so you don't have to use the consumables. But the consumables are there when the renewable sources are not available. Like, it's not sunny today, kind of deal. You know, it's just to buy you more time, so you have options. So whatever works better, or what you know, if you need something more long term, or you're not sure how long this is gonna go for, or when you can get resupplied, or be able to find more wood, or get more propane, right, or more gas, or whatever, right? Because I'm still a proponent of that, because, like, Shadow, you've heard me say, people have asked me, do you like electric vehicles? Or this is why I prefer hybrids, because you kind of get a good balance of both, and whatever works better at that time.
Yeah.
You've heard me say this before, right? Because I think it gives you those options, right? It gives you
right back. I gotta mute myself.
All right.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
no problem.
You know what I mean? It just gives you those options, right? And that's why I'm a big proponent of diversifying the options too, right? You know. So not everything's just propane. Not everything's just wood, right? You have a diverse option just in case something else happens that affects that directly, but won't affect their options. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know, let's just say something happens to your propane or whatever. It leaked out. Or something, or whatever, right? Something silly like that you didn't think that would happen, but happened, and if I can just have this wood option. Oh, it's sunny, I can use the solar option this time around, right? It's just in the same way of like having like batteries, battery banks, and stuff like that. Having different ways of approaching it. versus not just a focus, not bottleneck, what's that called? A narrow point of view on it, right? And kind of widen the what you can use. Like in cooking.
Thank you, viewers.
No problem.
And yes, I eat tuna, so that's no problem.
I wasn't sure which kind of the vegetarian you were. Because I know you're not vegan.
Yeah.
No, not vegan. I eat tuna. I eat fish.
Like, here's another real world example. For some of our followers that we have, right? I know because I've told you these stories before, Shadow, a couple of weeks back.
Yeah.
With some of the people that actually come by and visit the stream. They're not here today, but during the freeze that we had a couple of weeks back, right? When I saw minus 38 Celsius here, so minus 34 Fahrenheit in some places, and it was cold, snow, or whatever, some people actually didn't lose power. Some people, it was just an hour, minor inconvenience, while other people, it was like 4 days. I told you these stories, right? And it's these items that they had, that preparedness items, Jackery, all this other stuff that kind of made the difference, right? It was less stressful. I'm not saying it wasn't stressful, but it was less stressful because now, okay, we at least got heat, or I can cook, right? So don't have to worry about that. Then you start to be concerned about, well, okay, do we have enough water, the sanitation, and so forth, right? Because you can, instead of just having all 4 or 5 things piling up on your shoulders, now you just got 1 or 2 things to worry about. Well, less stress, right? Because, you've already squared away like a backup power source, a backup cooking source, fuel source, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because I told you about this. The things that did happen to actual people that we actually follow or are subscribed to your channel. So, let's remember the people out there, right, that actually have to go through this at times. And remembering that, there's a reason why we do it in the first place, right? So it's just a minor inconvenience versus like something that extremely stresses you out, right?
Stresses you out, could potentially.
Well, because the Texas freeze, right? I bet you like caught so many people off guard, right?
Yeah. Well,
I
was living in Colorado when that happened, and out of all the states that took the brunt of that, Texas, they probably had the worst because, like I said, that storm settled over, that cold front settled over the state of Texas, and it didn't leave. It was there for
it was stationary for
a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it was stationary for a little bit. Yeah.
Like the coldest part of that was when it was in, like I said, when it was up where I used to live in Colorado, but like I said, it was as it was traveling down. In fact, it got so cold, the antifreeze in my pickup truck had actually frozen, and I had 50-50 mixed antifreeze. It actually froze in the cooling lines on my truck, and actually it actually cracked the housing to my radiator. I didn't think that it could get that cold like it did, but it did.
Yeah, because like I remember that year. That's the same. I'm pretty sure that was one year that I did see minus 40 here, where like if you went down south, it's like below freezing in Dallas during the day.
Yeah.
And remember, when you're not used to that, you're used to heat. That probably does feel pretty cold for what it is, right?
Make no mistake, it gets cold. It gets cold in Dallas. It gets cold over here.
No, don't get me wrong, but I mean, relatively speaking, for what you're typically used to, right? If you're typically used to seeing triple digits during the summer, 40 plus Celsius, right? 0 below freezing could feel kind of cold, right? Because you're not used to that. You're not really acclimatized for that so much. You might not even have the gear to help you with that, right? Clothing, heat sources, whatever, right? Because I think the people that had the clothing items or whatever, that's just because they either go camping, they go skiing, go into the mountains, right? They had that resources, right? Because most people probably only had like shirts, maybe a hoodie. You know what I mean? And people that had fire pits or barbecues, they had that was their secondary option right there, right? You know, because they have barbecues. I'm assuming Texas is famous for barbecues, right? So the barbecues are just flying, cooking on all the time, right? And learning how to actually melt snow or ice, if you do have to do that.
Yeah.
Because remember, liquid water will melt snow and ice fast. But if you only have snow and ice in there, it takes longer. Because the water actually, it has to melt all the way down before the temperature rises. Because all the ice and the snow has to melt before the water temperature itself starts to rise. Because I remember some other people, some of my subscribers and stuff, mentioning that, you know, if you try to get a little bit of water going first, right? If you have a little bit more fresh water, try to add that in so it kind of, the water itself melts the snow and ice itself. And then as soon as you get more water, then you start adding more snow and ice, right? Because the water will help melt the snow and ice as well as the heat itself, right? It's for the same reason why during the springtime or whatever, the runoff that you see, water will carve right through the ice because it's actually technically hotter than ice or warmer, you know. Something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You know, and stuff like that. And of course, try to pick the cleanest snow you can for what it is.
Yeah.
Ice
and don't take
ice is
the
probably
snow
better.
from the city.
Well, I mean, depending on the situation, right? Maybe you like from a garden area, right? Something that's out of the way, not on the road, not by a sidewalk or anything that may potentially have like salt in it, right? Because let's just say areas were hit with certain areas use brine or salt or whatever, right? You don't want that in your water. Probably not if you're consuming it, right?
I agree.
Probably not. It's probably not dehydrate you more, right? Because
Hey,
basically it'll be like
Booker Brett Emery. Good to see you, brother.
IBB, MRE. Hi. But you know what I mean? It's just like
Yeah,
I wouldn't call it common sense, but it's just things that people have to be aware of, right?
Yeah.
You know, because sometimes people are not used to it, right? You know, because they don't have this kind of experience in it or knowledge about it, right? But it's good to have it because then if situations, the conveniences go out the window, right? No conveniences, no dishwasher, no electric range, no lights or whatever, then you have these other options too, right? If you have to dip into them. I think this is why people that go camping, even go camping at all, not glamping, but camping itself, right? Where they've had to make a campfire or whatever, they tend to know this stuff just like, oh, you know, to them it just seems like common sense because they've done this, tried this out, right? And they're like, yeah, I know how to build a fire, you know, I've done this and I've seen it, right? Because what I've seen lately is that people that I have never seen actually do it and attempt it. Sometimes I'm just like there was this one time I was at my friend's place and with me and my friend, and our other friend was like, hey, to my friend, start the campfire, right? You know, whatever, right? And I saw him like, even with a lighter, right? And they're just trying to ignite and start a twig, right? I'm just like, okay. And here I just basically used what was on hand. The stuff because there was like a food bag that had some, you know, napkins in it. I started with that first, right? Instead of trying to burn the twig with a lighter, right? Because my friend's like, oh, I'm not even trying, CR. I'm like, yeah, you're not trying, but you're using all your fuel in your lighter. So are you sure you're not trying? Right? Basically, I just increased the surface area, like I said, on the napkin, right? I could have probably started off with sparks, right? And basically, I set it up, right? Proactively set it up. And next thing, I was like, yeah, I got it started. So when our friend came back out, he's like, oh, you got it started. Yeah, I did. This guy was trying to start a stick with just a lighter for like 5 minutes. Right? Because again, it comes back to that surface area, right? Because I imagine, you know, if you were making a campfire, for example, and you're trying to get warm with it, you want that heat to liberate out fast because you want to warm up fast, right? For what it is, right? If you're trying to get warm, you want that heat from the fire from the fuel to liberate the BTUs out towards you fast, right? So adding air in, maybe even increasing the surface area so it burns faster, just so you warm up, right? Or maybe you're trying to get down to coals for cooking or whatever, right? Because I know some people that were doing that, they warm up while the coals were developing, and then they put their pot on, right? And a lid does help. A lid would help because it keeps steam inside if you're cooking with like something, right? Or you're trying to boil some water or heat up some water to get some coffee going, right? Something like that. Make that oatmeal or something like that, right? Something to warm you up on the inside a little bit more. Yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to say that because, I mean, it's those real world examples we got to remember, right? That people actually went through this for real. It's not a hypothetical situation, right? Some of these people actually had to learn this firsthand. Now, hopefully, these people that learn things firsthand are a little bit more aware of, a little bit more prepared anyways, right? For something, right?
Yeah.
Because even on some of these, like this really, really big channel, right? They've even mentioned, oh yeah, you can even use a hand pump, right? For forage, right? If you want to force air into it to increase the heat, temperature, right? If you didn't have an electric fan or whatever, right? I mean,
yeah,
I've used like a battery operated fan before, right? And stuff like that if absolutely necessary. I charge the batteries through solar or whatever, right? It could be a battery bank too, right? Is Kaylin's still here, right? Yeah. I know Kaylin, she has an electric fan. Yeah, is Kaylin still here? I know she has an electric fan that uses USB. I also have one too, right? So I can dip into that, for example.
Yeah, I'm
right?
familiar with those USB fans.
Yeah. Can you highlight that comment that Shawnee just wrote? The second last one. Yeah.
No cooked
Yeah,
meal plan, protein granola, fruit cane, nuts, dried fruit, PB bread, crackers, pickles, quinoa, refried beans, jar of sauce for pet.
If you in the emergency, they always say non-perishable foods, right, and all this stuff, right? And even in, let's say, bug out bag type of videos, they say ready to eat type of foods as much as possible that don't need cooking as much as possible because you save on the time. However, it's gonna be cold, but it'll still fuel you up. If it's in the middle of summer. Hi, Ryan. If it's in the middle of summer, yeah, it'll be fine. But in the middle of winter, some warm food.
Thank you, Ryan. Nice. I appreciate that.
Some warm food would be nice. It would lift your spirits and all that stuff. Yeah, boiling water is used for so many things. Yeah, your hot beverage, oatmeal, instant potatoes. Yeah, right. Your freeze-dried type of foods, right? You're trying to reconstitute a freeze-dried meal, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's something about that, right? Because it warms you up from within, right? The hot coffee, right? There's something about that. Because even
hot coffee, hot Coke.
I've seen the episodes of Survivor Man with Westra where he says like there's something about that, right? Because I think the warm sensations of the warm brew, even if it's just broth, right? We normally know it as like tea and coffee, right? And stuff like that, If it'll warm you up from the inside, kind of deal, and that warm feeling.
Definitely.
It kind of reminds you of like, sitting at the coffee house, drinking coffee, hot coffee with a friend, or around a campfire, having hot chocolate or something like that. It reminds you of those good feelings. So it lifts your spirits to a certain degree. Raises up your morale. Raises your morale to a certain degree, right? For what it is, right? And you feel a little bit less stressed, right?
Yeah, especially in wintertime when it's cold. It's nice to have something hot to drink.
Yeah, right. Even if it's just instant coffee or something like that. Like even when I was doing that trail, well, actually it was bike ride, but one of the things that kind of lifted my spirits. Oh, I'm not saying my spirits were down, but the instant coffee I had, I was like, yeah, this is nice, right? You know, in nature.
Hey, Grumpy,
It was
good
sunny.
to
I'm
see
just
you,
having a
brother.
coffee, right? You know, and stuff like that. Hey, Grumpy, how's it going? So yeah. Oh, she's got to get a new one. I see. But yeah, and considering things like that too, right?
Yeah.
So, cause like I said, I start off making those rocket stoves too, right? I still have one or two of them, right? And I tried out taller one. Yeah, they can work because I made eggs on it. The solar stuff,
Yeah.
the lenses, I've tried that stuff before, right? It works better with a lid, and if the pot is actually black, like cast iron, for example, right? But you know, I've reheated stuff. I've cooked hot dogs with it, made eggs with it under the sun, right? Actually reheated this. I reheated something in the winter when it was -30. That was fun. But providing it's clear and sunny, you're gonna get that concentrated energy, right? It just takes a little bit longer because the outdoor temperature is much colder, right? So the heat's radiating out faster in comparison if it was the summertime, but it is possible. But also, like Gil said earlier, if it's snowing, that's a no-go. So there's no-go for sure. All right. That's why you dip
Yeah, I
into
agree.
other option. You have other options like propane, biomass type of things like wood or whatever, right? Paper firewalk and stuff like that, charcoal or something like that. So, like I said, use what's best at that time, or what will give you the most bang for everything for how long it may go for, right? Because I imagine if it was a hurricane, a storm, I imagine it's not just a couple hours. It's going to be days, if not longer, right? For example,
Yeah.
right? But just consider, let's see, some of the hurricanes that have happened, right? I mean, like, that's days, if not longer, right? Or a full week, 5 days out, right? So, I may have to ration the fuel that I do have, right?
Yeah,
Oh, hey,
exactly.
I got access to solar, and somehow it's a clear day this time around. For some reason, I'm getting clear skies right now. I would be like, okay, I'm going to use the solar option, save the fuel for later, so I can still use it tomorrow, kind of deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Versus, like, because, I don't want to be like, the situation goes longer, I'm out of fuel, and I'm like, I should have used the solar options. Those are 2 or 3 days in there, right? Because it would just mean that on the last day, or on the current day, you would still have fuel because you didn't use all the fuel up yet. And still getting your requirements for like heating food or whatever, having that coffee or whatever, right? And trying to use the sources as much as possible, right? It's just like, for the same reason why they say to preheat an oven or whatever, right? And stuff like that, with the cast iron, let's just say I was going to put it on a fire or whatever. I would try to preheat it as much as possible, right? So it's not just at it's higher than room temperature. Maybe it is sunny out or somewhat sunny out, but it's not go down or whatever. The clouds are coming in. I tried to preheat the cast iron, then put it on the fire, so I don't have just a piece of cold cast iron inside, right? Or I tried to warm up the liquid a little, right, to room temperature as much as possible. So it's not just freezing cold liquid that I'm trying to heat up, because that'll probably take longer.
Yeah.
It's got to heat it up before it starts to even simmer or boil. Because the container itself is cold, right? Yeah, you got one of those kettle girls? Okay, that's cool. Grumpy. Worst comes to worst, I can sacrifice a chicken. Yeah, if need be. I think it's one of those things, you see that in the movies, right? You see that in the movies a lot of the time. Especially the more disaster type of movie genre. You see that, right? Burning of the books or whatever, right? I think if you're proactive enough, that should be last option. Last option. Hopefully you wouldn't have
Yeah,
to dip
I
into that.
agree
Right?
with that.
You know, hopefully you wouldn't have to dip into that. Keep it in the back of your mind, but you know, if you're proactive, you won't have to dip into that. And the thing is, if you don't dip into it, or don't dip into it yet right away, you still have that option later if you wanted to, right? Because, like I said, once you consume the fuels, the consumables, that's it. Without resupply, you're not getting that back, right? Because it's not a renewable source, like, let's say, wind or solar or whatever, right? Or mechanically driving the system or whatever, right? Because you're consuming the fuel. But if the fuel's still there, you still have that option. And especially if you've
Yeah,
already cooked and you still have fuel, you're still good for the next day, kind of deal, right? You're not as worried about it. But if the fuel level starts to go down and you're rationing it a lot more, then it's just like you start getting concerned because now your fuel levels are going down. You don't have option for resupply, or you got to wait for resupply for another 3 days out
yeah,
at that, right? Because generators are running, right? You know, you might have to prioritize for that, for generators over cooking. But, you know, so you'll use like some of the other options that you have for cooking food, you know? Because
that's good. Grumpy.
even during post-tropical depression Fiona that happened on the Atlantic side of the country, right? I mean, like
Yeah,
a couple of days later, you know, fuel was high in demand for generators, right? And stuff like that. So
yeah,
if you had options to either cook it, preserve it, not have to use the generator, so let's just say to run a fridge or freezer or whatever, then you don't have to dip into that fuel, or you're using that fuel more efficiently because, you know, you've decided to cook some of the food, right, or whatever, ahead in
yeah,
advance, for example, right? Because let's just say you're living in a suburban area or not a highly dense area, but there is people around, right? If people are
yeah,
probably, depending how well they're prepared or whatever, we may all require the same resources, inputs. Let's just say gas, fuel, propane, or whatever, which will drive up the demand, right? And that also means that, you know, if there's a limited amount, you may not get one. Or you may have to ration what you do have still, right? You might have to, you know, because then there'll be priorities for certain infrastructure. I guess dealers would say that, right? Priorities for infrastructure first, right? Hospitals, water treatment, like we've said in the past, right? I know he said that in the past. About, remember that time we were talking, right? Like last month or whatever? Or it could have been in December, right? And we were talking
yeah,
about that, and I was just like, yeah, fuel might be prioritized to a hospital, water treatment plant, right? First, anyways, right? So you might still have to ration, anyways, right? I'm not saying don't use it, but if you have to use it wisely and the best that you can, right? Every last drop counts. Every last bit of energy or heat is gonna count, right? You gotta make make it work, do a lot of things as much as possible, right? And try not to waste that as much as possible for what it is,
yeah.
right?
I agree. I
You know,
agree.
like for example, if you're using, let's say, a buddy heater or something like that, regardless if it's electric and you're running off a generator or whatever, right? During the evening time, if you're going to bed, just turn it off. Just use blankets, right? Just use blankets to keep warm enough, right? Or just have it on low, right? You don't need to crank it all the way up high, right? You want to be comfortable. You don't want to be sweating, right? For example, right? And if you're like, because I've seen them with other people that went through the Texas freeze too, right? You know, they had stews, soups. They were just warmly, even though they had a camp, like either a campfire or a chimney, indoor chimney or whatever, right? It's because
Yeah,
those passive things keep going for you, especially like the shelter elements, for example, right? So, and it's in the same reason why I know Preparedness Veteran said it. I know Uncle Al says it too about Firmus. right? Because you're basically storing that hot water in this case, right? And
Yeah, exactly.
just like how Shawnee said earlier about hot water can do stuff for you, like oatmeal or whatever. Hey, now I've used that campfire solar option or whatever to heat up this water. Now I can use this maybe a couple hours later. It's still fairly hot, especially if it's a good furnace, like with a cork. It's vacuum sealed and the chamber and all that stuff, right? It's a large quantity of water, let's say 2 liters or whatever. It's probably just as piping hot, right? It'll still be good for coffee, right? You could still make instant oatmeal with it or whatever, right? But basically, you're just you're still using that fire or solar option that you did have earlier, but a little bit later.
Yeah.
Like say at nighttime or like after the sun's gone down or after it's gone dark and you don't want to cook anything, you don't want to attract any attention to yourself, right? You want to be a gray man, gray person type approach, right? Stay low key, right? I got some furnaces, right? Some smaller ones, but I do have this other one that, providing if you don't open and let water out or open it, right? And you just minimize it, it'll still be hot a couple hours later, 8 hours later, especially if you did not open it yet, right? Because once you open it or release the water out, there's less energy in it. You're letting the heat out. Basically, it's just seeping out. But if it's just kept there and you're using it a couple hours later, it'll still probably just be as piping hot, right? So good for coffee, teas, and stuff like that. Especially if you think about like intermediate power, rolling blackouts or intermediate power, right? It may be that time hits like, the power's back. I don't know for how long, but I'm gonna boil up some water right now, right? Just in case, right? And to kind of bank that hot water in terms of like banking power or anything like that, or banking like cash or whatever in advance. While times are still good, right? They said there was rolling blackouts or intermediate blackouts, right? Maybe this will last for 10 minutes, just long enough so I can boil the water, right? And what 10 minutes after, a couple minutes after boiling the water, the power's back off. Oh, thank goodness I decided to boil that water. At least I'll have something for hot coffee later. Or whatever, right? Teas or oatmeal later, right? That also means at that time, I don't need to use the other options I have, the fuel options or whatever, right? Because I took advantage of the power came back out on for 5 minutes or whatever, right? Or however amount of time, right? I preheated that cast iron to use later, or preheated that water to use later, right? Because it could be as simple as like, hey, now I got some hot, warmer water to use for cleaning later if I needed to, or if I wanted to, right? I didn't realize that yours was going to take so long.
Well, it takes, just to take the time it takes.
Yeah, exactly, Shawnee. Like she said, you're just kind of, like I said, it's like banking the heat, right? You're basically just banking that power or heat in this case for it. I think this is why I'm becoming more a proponent of that too. Not just because I'm glad other people have said it, but there's benefits to it, right? And the furnace is relatively not that expensive. I mean, you can keep it going as long as you don't break it or whatever, break the seal or whatever. It can keep going for you for a while. It's one of those things that you can keep using for a while, right? It's not just a single-use type of thing. So you can get years out of it, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Help you in different situations and stuff like that. Depending what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I think my headset should be charged now. It's been long enough.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, it was so loud. It was so loud I have to turn down the volume. That was loud because it's in my ears now.
Yeah.
That was louder than I thought. But anyways, so yeah, this is why I have these options. And I tried some
And
of
I
these
think
options
that is
before
a
too.
good options.
Yeah, because like I said, because it's kind of hard to recreate something when you don't have it in an emergency. Because
Yeah,
it'll start to stress you out. Because
I
now
agree
it's
with
just
that.
like now, well, because not only that, you're behind the 8 ball metaphorically. You're behind now, right? You're trailing behind because now you actually have to
Yeah,
make this at the moment instead of taking. You probably would have wished if I made this last night or the day before, it would have been already ready. I wouldn't have to spend this
yeah,
5, 10, 15 minutes to make this hobo stove because I've already made it in advance, right? For example, right? With the cans I have or something like that, right? And now I gotta do this by hand because I have no power to run the power tools or whatever, right? Because
yeah,
there's some benefits being proactive because you have access to certain things beforehand still while they're still available. Because they may not be available later, like power tools or the power to run them or to recharge them, right? Because then you're relying on hand tools again, mechanical tools, right? And that, yeah, you'll get the job done, but it'll take longer, right? I'm just saying,
yeah.
right? You know, using the
The
resources that we
grump,
do have.
yeah, the grump. It says another neat trick if you happen to be entertaining yourself or McGyver, calcium oxide in water in a non-reactive pan will heat things up quick. Just don't do it indoors.
Yeah, I think those are like kind of like last ditch efforts for it. Just because having access to it, not everyone's gonna have access to it. Sourcing it out is going to be difficult depending where you are, right? In comparison
Yeah,
to, let's say, wood, propane, even the solar option, you can build something still, right? You can make a solar oven, especially depending on the resources, you can make it pretty good, right? You have access to a parabolic dish. Technically, you can make something out of it. Is it gonna be the greatest? Maybe not, but you know, in comparison, right? You know what I mean? Like for what it is, right? Maybe
yeah,
maybe you're making a little solar oven and you're using the mirrors that you do have in your place to reflect the light in, right? Okay, all right. I've tried that before. It was one. It's actually one of my science class. One of my old in school science classes labs. We had to do.
yeah.
We had to make a solar oven. That's why I know about
Okay.
that kind of stuff. All right, because we were trying to who could use the solar option to heat water the hottest, the fastest, right? So I learned quite a bit about that. This is why a lot of my earlier videos, I haven't done a solar video for a while, but a lot of my earlier videos have a lot of solar things in it because it reminded me of that. It's like a science experiment or science project for me. I was just like, yeah. This is why I can understand that kind of stuff. Gas fire and all that stuff. I can sort of understand that kind of stuff. Because when I see it, it's just a big version of making charcoal. It's
Yeah,
in the same way. Like I said earlier in the chat, for anyone that's made charcoal, basically, you take corn or whatever, biomass, you heat it in a low oxygen environment, like in a tin, like an Altoids tin, right? And basically the smoke that comes out is basically the gasification of the stuff on inside, right? So what's left inside the tin or whatever is just mostly a form of carbon. Well, it's almost 100% carbon, right? And that's why it takes a spark very, very easily, or it can take a heat source like solar, a flame, or spark very easily for what it is. In that same way,
yeah,
a gas fire is just a big version of it. A little bit more complicated, right? This is why I asked Gil about using solar for the gasifier, and then he said what he said, right? Because I've made charcoal with solar before, so I was just like, yeah, this makes sense because basically fire and solar are just the heat source to drive the excess stuff out, the gases out, right? That's all it's doing. It's just superheating the gases so they vaporize
yeah.
out, or you capture
Bob
them
is
for
back.
gasify. Welcome back, Bob. Welcome back, Bob. I guess he's not hungry at least.
Yeah.
But
Grumpy
all.
says I used a small satellite dish, aluminum foil, and cling wrap before.
Yeah. I mean, it just depends how shiny it is, how reflective it is, and how focused it is. But yeah, you can do stuff. Right? I mean, like you can, because I think the giant lenses are going to be extremely hard to find because the TVs are not available anymore, right? So you would have to all secondhand, right? The dishes are
Yeah.
probably more likely to stick around because you can still make them or find something a shape like that, right? And of course, stuff like mirrors are always going to exist for a while for us, right? Like
Yeah.
even the giant solar arrays that they actually use mirrors that concentrated to a focal point in the distance, and they heat up like I think it's a salt, and then the salt is transfers the heat to the water, which in turn creates steam to drive the turbines, right? So
Yeah,
basically, they're
exactly.
just so you can do this with mirrors if you have enough mirrors. That's for sure. You just need that focal point, right? Like a solar array to that focal point, right? And then you'll get something.
Yeah.
Last two. Unfortunately, solar is not available in every place, and it's not. Some areas I know, Bomb doesn't see as much sunshine, so it might not be a primary or even a secondary option, right? So you might have to resort to fuel sources, propane, right? I get that. Because solar is not available everywhere at once,
Yeah.
or it's limited, right? For me here, I see sunlight more often at times, right? Don't get me wrong, it could still rain or snow, but generally speaking, like even probably right now, it's probably sunny out. I can't tell because I'm inside, but
The last time you were camping, what did you use to cook with? My train gas stove, alcohol stove.
yeah. I mean, they got those.
That works perfectly. That works perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah, the Trangia stoves that use alcohol and all that stuff, yeah. Because usually they get a seal, so it keeps it in and all that stuff, right?
Well, guys, I'm gonna have to take off. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
No problem.
So
If you
so
have to take
to-
off, you have to. No problem.
Yeah,
take care, my friend.
it's good chatting with you, CR and Shadow.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I've like last like how long?
Well, you were on for at least an hour and a half. I got to at least chat
I should
with you
just.
about an hour.
Shadow, can I co-stream? Can I co-stream this onto my own channel? I've been meaning to ask you that since I'm here all the time at the end. No.
Yeah, I should.
I'm not
go
done. I'm not
too.
done doing it now because it's like so far in. Said it in the beginning. Whatever. It's all good. Anyways, take care, Steve.
Yep. All right, guys.
Take care.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think preparedness veterans said like mesh containers and stuff like that have holes in them. Yeah, you can use those like a rocket stove too. Honestly, you still need having multiple spots to feed the wood sources or the fuel sources, not just from the top, but from the sides too helps. Right.
Hey, Bob.
Hi,
Hey, what's up, guys?
it's Mr. Bobby.
Good to
Aiden
see
Deer's
you.
asking what you ate, Bob, or what you had to eat.
Yeah, 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 just keeping my eyes open here. Yeah,
Yeah.
what I can say, you guys seen me with that paint can stove,
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
man, if you're going to cook with an open fire, don't walk away from that. You'll burn your food to a crisp very quickly.
Yeah, I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cooking with fire is a little bit different because it's harder to control the temperature or the heat because it's more
Uh-huh.
wild in
Mhm.
comparison to like natural gas, not natural gas, gas or an electric. or whatever, right? Because it fluctuates the heat, right?
Or
So
even
cooking will-
or even charcoal. It's very, charcoal's more even, predictable, but an open fire, ooh, you better stand
it's
right there.
It's one thing if you're like making a super stew, right, in a container, but if you're
Yeah.
openly cooking it like a steak or something like that, yeah, you do, because you're probably gonna burn it before it cooks on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is
And
why
it takes a
people
lot
generally.
of practice to cook over open fire.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, stews and soups are probably the easier thing to try out if you had to.
Or
right?
spaghetti, because I've cooked it on that paint can stove, and it's just noodles in water. It's hard to burn that, but it can be done.
I've made eggs with a rocket stove before too, right? I'm like, yes, I know,
Uh-huh.
I know. I'm
Mhm.
like, yeah, I can't control the temperature, so I gotta lift the pan off, right? Kind of, it's just, it's like almost like using a wok. I gotta keep stirring. I gotta keep moving the wok around or the pan around, right? To keep it moving, right?
Hold on there. I'm reading the side chat, CR. It says a very fireable offense by CR. What
Oh,
happened?
whatever there. Whatever there. Leave it up to Doris to say the last thing right after you left. It's like, oh, I gotta say this.
No,
Like, yeah.
turn my back for 5 minutes. What the hell? God
I know,
damn
right? I turned my
kids-
back for 5 minutes and then yours.
Kids
Wham!
these days. Mhm.
Yeah. You love you, Doris. But yeah. But yeah, like, the paint can one, like, I don't know, how long did that take you to make? Give or take.
Oh, God, less than an hour.
But if you think about it, let's say hey, the grid's down, power outage, right? That might be an hour that you don't have time for. If you
Right.
had to make that at the moment.
Get it made
taking
now. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. Mhm.
Like even if let's say the paint can, the TP, the alcohol, let's just say you don't even add the alcohol in there yet. You just have the TP in there and just waiting to add the alcohol. Right.
Yeah.
That's even in itself, right, would save you time because you just have the alcohol at the accelerated, right, to kind of get it going, right? And of
Mhm.
course, maybe you've already tried this, you've already tested this, you know how it works, right? But yeah, an hour. Like an hour might already. An hour, I could be eating already.
Yeah,
And
I
you could be already eating or drinking that soup or having that coffee. Instead,
I put
hold on, guys, I gotta make the stove first.
I have put a lot of effort into this. So here, I'll pull up some photos. I took some photos just for today, but all this some of the stuff that I've got set aside just for that situation, and I'm gonna bounce around. All right, yeah. What Shawnee just brought up a topic
Yeah.
right there. Here's a photo of. I've got a bin of this. It's wood that's cooked almost to the point of charcoal.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I just did it with a $10 thrift store cooking pot on a hot plate right here in the shop. I cooked all the moisture out of there, and I got a whole bunch of that, and then I threw it in wax so that it will store over the winter time, and
Okay.
it'll light faster. But you guys have seen my paint can stove.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It's like
still there. Still there,
it's the
still
same
works great.
It's very similar to making the fire starters and that, right?
You
Yes,
bet.
there is
Real
natural materials
similar.
or whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it gives
But
you
here-
that. Hey, I'm in a crunch time. Time's limited. I got to get this going now. Right?
Bingo.
Or depending
So
on me.
You got that
Yeah.
right. Yeah, that's why I don't mind waxing the firewood, because we're going to put a lid on it, whatever we're cooking anyway, and just lift it up and stir it. So
Yeah,
I'm
it's not like
worried.
you're making an
No.
open thing like a steak on a
Yeah.
grill. You're probably not doing that with that, right? You're probably gonna put it in a pan, put a lid on it, type of deal, right? Yeah.
Because when you're outside, especially in the wintertime, it gets cold quick. Meat and all that just gets cold.
Well, yeah, there's a temperature difference, right? It basically,
Mhm.
this is why I'm a big proponent. If you're not have those pots and pans, have lids,
But
or at least
here's
something to put on top.
That is a whole bunch of fire starters in Ziploc bags, and that right there, you see those long tong things.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I use those for feeding the paint can stove with wood, so I don't have to get my fingers next to that hot fire. And that's what I use to stuff into the paint can stove. Those
Yeah.
long tongs that, you know. Yeah, I've put a
See,
lot of thought into this stuff, guys. I mean, a
even the
lot.
tongs, the tongs, right? And I mentioned this earlier.
Hmm.
Go find the
Yeah,
tongs at a thrift store, secondhand
right.
garage sale,
Yep.
right? You don't need to get
You
them
got it.
new,
You got
right?
it. Go, yep.
Cut some
Yep.
costs, right? Get it for a quarter, right?
Yeah, I
Like
think I bought those
if
for
you don't have
$1.50.
an oven mitt, like I
Hmm.
suggested this to Star Homestead too, right? Because I've seen this video, right? I said
Hmm.
try to find 100% wool something, right, and use it like a mitt or something like that. It'll protect your hand or from the heat itself, right? Because
Yep.
yeah, there's
Yeah.
a
Yeah. I don't
fire
use. I don't,
resistant qualities for wool, right? So
yeah.
and you wouldn't burn
You're
yourself.
right. Yeah. I don't use
Cast
those for
iron,
turning. I've got tongs for turning the meat, but this is for pushing the firewood into the paint can stove.
yeah, because
Yeah.
it's a lot better. You're
I
not
don't.
gonna burn up your stick if you use one,
Yep.
right? Like
Hmm.
I have longer tongs that like I don't
There's
know if I showed it when I was making the char cloth, but like
that's
I
the.
actually have tongs for making char cloth because sometimes I
Hmm.
gotta put the tin really deep in fire, right? And I'm not gonna reach in with my a glove,
Yeah.
even with a glove or a mitt. I want to
That's
use something to extend my range like tongs, right?
that's the paint can stove, so I can shove those little bits of wood inside there
Hmm.
without burning my fingers.
Yeah, like
Yeah, because those tongs are about that long, and
yeah,
stuff it in there. It
yeah.
is.
I have tongs that are like 7 inches,
Mhm.
so it gives me that extra reach. Because in a situation like that too, if it's an emergency situation, great now. The last
Mhm.
thing you want to do is get
Yeah,
injured by burning yourself, have blisters on your
exactly.
hands,
Hmm.
because it
Yeah,
reduces your dexterity if you have blisters or burns on your hands, on your
more
fingertips.
fire starters, but yeah, I put a lot of thought and a lot of work and effort into just that topic of cooking without power. But
Hmm.
cooking with the wood, that's like our last option. Our we've I've got propane 2 burner
Yeah,
camp
yeah, I
stove,
get that.
a
Yeah,
single burner propane camp stove, but
but
outside.
maybe
Yeah, here's another one I'll show you. If you guys
running
watch
low
my
on it or
channel
something.
very much, here's
Kaylin says a piece of thick scrap leather big enough would also do the same job.
hmm yeah, where's that other thing?
Well, you
Oh,
might be able to get that secondhand too. But what I'm saying is you might be able to find 100% wool something. Doesn't matter how big.
mhm.
You're just basically using it as a barrier towards the fire or the heat, right? Doesn't
Yeah,
even matter the color, right? If it's cheap, 100% wool, it'll work, right?
yeah.
Get it at a
I,
first store or whatever, secondhand.
yeah.
I don't
I've
even
got
care if it's got holes in it.
I've got more wood than that, but that's for you saw pictures, videos of my wife cooking steaks on
Yeah, yeah.
um where is that? One of those big fire pits you can get from the
Yeah.
supermarket, and with a grill over top of it. I've got more wood than what I just showed you, and I cook with that on an open grill or on the paint can stove inside of a pot. Either one. But
Yeah, yeah. Depending what you're making.
hmm
Yeah. And
but
that's another
I got stuff set aside, and I want to be. If we have to go outside and cook, like you fellas mentioned, the smell. Well, there's not much you can do about that. But when we've got that gazebo that has a pony wall that's up about so high, we can get down behind that with the solar lights on, so we can see to cook and
Mhm.
start cooking. Go get in there, and the deal is if like my wife or daughter are cooking, I'm standing next to them with a shotgun.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that.
Yeah. So if somebody's
You know,
looking around who's cooking, they're going to see me with a pump
well,
shotgun.
I would assume just like the generator, right? If everyone else is cooking, okay, I'll cook now.
Sure. Well,
I'll do it now because it kind of blend in, right? Everyone else is doing it,
exactly.
so you're all gonna stand
Or
out anyway, right?
or
Everyone
or you
knows everyone's cooking.
yep. Or you could throw a bunch of dry leaves on another fire or in plastic, light that up, and then start cooking. So it's got a
Kind of
cover
mask the
smell.
smell.
Hmm.
Mask the smell. Especially, let's say, if it's winter and people already know, oh, people are outside warming up by a campfire anyways.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, you can figure.
although that doesn't guarantee it, though. I mean, like, some people would be like, well, they probably have food anyways. Let's go over there. But I think it's like you said, it's just it's probably it's hard to avoid it, right? Because unless you want to eat a bunch of cold food the whole time, or have MREs the whole time, or whatever, right? You might have to cook outside. You don't have any propane left, or whatever.
Yeah.
No charcoal left, or whatever, right? And it's not sunny, so solar's out the question too. So you might have to dip into that option.
Yeah.
Because I was also thinking.
I was speaking with my neighbor across the street yesterday. Just so happens that I've got cameras, and I saw an addict on his bicycle riding down our street, casing out the houses. As soon as I see that garage door comes open, and I'm standing in my garage, in my driveway, looking every time. Eyes on you, dude. I know, and he had a tool bag, as you can bet. There's a pry bar in there, but my neighbor lady across the street was washing her car, and she didn't notice. She noticed somebody on a bicycle, but she didn't see the tool bag and all that. And so I stopped and I spoke with her, and I found out yesterday that there's another one of my neighbors who was expecting trouble during the next election, and I'm going to go talk to her again sometime, because I asked her, are you able to protect yourself? She says, I can protect myself, Bob. I said, okay, I know what that means. It means she's got something over there. So good. One on board, one family over here on board. This family over here is on board, more or less, So at least I'm not alone in this little dead end street. Good news.
Well, it's not only that, Bob, but you also have potential allies, right? Because they've already met you to a certain degree, right? Develop some sort of alliance or community. Right. In the meantime, hey, this situation's happening. Maybe we should combine our forces together.
That's
greater good, right?
We were touching on that topic just yesterday, and but I see that she's a toughie. She's a tough chick. Yeah. She grew up on Indian reservation around Eastern Washington. Life on a reservation is not easy,
Yeah, so she might have some quote unquote traditional technique,
or
stuff.
Knows what it's like to do without.
Yeah,
that's very important. You just got to understand that you can do without, but yeah, I've been gearing up for this very topic for a long time. So I want us to be able to stand guard, and wife or daughter go out, and I can instantly light them a fire, get it up to temperature. They come out with the food, throw it on, they cook it while I'm, I got a shotgun right there for a reason.
See, Bob, this is why I mentioned about the bellows earlier on, because in history, bellows were used for furnaces before the use of blast furnaces. Also, right?
I wonder if they sell those on Amazon. I've never thought of those.
No, but what I said is, with technology today, we have access to modern day versions of a pipe pump, a balloon pump, right? You can get those for next to nothing. You can get those at a dollar store too, right? Depending what it is and how much air. But it allows you to pump air into that fire so it heats up faster. So you're trying to get coals right away. You're speeding up you're going to speed up the process because you're you're providing oxygen and it'll burn faster.
Oh yeah, heck yeah! They sell them on Amazon, Sierra. They're $15 to $20. Oh cool.
I got a balloon pump that pushes air on the push and the pull for a quarter. I use that when I go for a quarter, and I bought that at a yard sale. But I can bring that out camping for me. When I bring it out camping, it helps because it's just like,
Sure.
hey, I'm trying to help people warm up, or we're trying to cook with it
Uh-huh.
soon, or
Mhm,
or the
mhm.
wood's more damp, or just having issues trying to get it more established, right? Hey,
Uh-huh.
add some more air into it, get the fire hotter.
Oh,
It
they got a
helps. It helps.
cool. Amazon's got a cool one shaped like a pistol with a crank on the side, just like an old blacksmith's. Yeah, $18.
Yeah, if you think about it like that, right? A blacksmith or forge or whatever uses
Mhm.
stuff like that too, right? Because in olden times, right, when they were trying to forge metals or whatever, melt iron or copper or whatever, they realized that adding air, oxygen in this case, as we know, increased the temperature, and it
course.
made it so it was easier to melt. In that same way, we can get coals faster if we wanted to cook, versus just letting it naturally doing it, or
But-
just letting the wind doing it.
The last place we lived, I had that paint can stove set up on the front porch, which had some bushes that were up so high up to the rail, and that's where or on the side patio, where we could sit down, stay out of sight, and then cook, and then close it up and go back in the house.
Yeah.
That's why like I said, I waxed I made the wood almost into charcoal, and then I waxed it so that we just throw it in there in a fire starter, and boom, we're ready to roll.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that because the charcoal has increased surface area, and basically the wax melts into those crevices.
It does. Yep.
Yeah, I know. I know about that because I tried that before. Like I said, a lot of the stuff I have tried in one way or another. Just some of these things I haven't tried yet because I haven't had access to. But I mean, like a rocket stove, I made one. Right?
Yeah,
I've talked about paper firewalks. I've made one before. I have a video on that, right? I mean, like, these were just some of the older things I've done in the past because they're relatively DIY, relatively cheap, relatively anyone can do it.
That's right.
So, right? And I was just like, I worked on that, right?
And whatever you find that works for you, make more. Keep making more, and that's
Exactly
what I
right.
do. That way, like a fire starters that I showed you here real quick, I've got boxes full of them.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not looking at the end of the world situation, but if the power's off for 3 or 4 days, which is
extended a period of time, right? It's not just a couple hours, right? I think most people can handle a couple hours, even a full day. I think it's more when it's beyond a day.
Yeah.
Because then things like fridges, freezers get affected right automatically, right? I can eat peanut butter jelly sandwiches, but next day I want a warm meal.
Back when the summer of love in 2020 happened, we were out of power for about 3 days, because that's the first thing the radicals did was they used chainsaws and they cut down the power lines. Boom, right away, right now. That's the first thing they did. So during elections coming up, and even in your countries, if your power goes out, watch out. Be ready.
Yeah.
And a fire extinguisher will save your ass, because that's the next thing coming is fire. Fire knows no skin color. Fire knows no income level. Fire knows no political alliances. They started fires all over the place.
What would I'm trying? Yeah, or as a movie would quote, "Everything burns."
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I'm quoting that from a movie, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, before he burnt the money in that scene. But anyways, remembering that, stuff like that, could happen again. I mean, like, we have federal elections here next year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right. So if you
sparkle socks up there, the chances are very good something's going to happen.
No,
if Sparkle Socks doesn't get reelected, it's going to happen.
No, but if whoever comes into as the prime minister, right, at that time, right, there's only so many outcomes, right? So I'm planning for if this happens, right? Because there's only there's only 1 of 3 parties that will probably come into power, probably 2. But that's why I'm like, okay, if it goes this way, this might happen. If it goes this way, this might happen, right? And then there's things that will probably happen regardless. But like you said,
just gear up for all of it.
Yeah.
Gear up for all of it. Well,
Wild thing, like, because it comes back to being proactive about preparedness. We're doing this now while we still have the grid, while we still have access to the power tools, while we still have access to resources. Because in situations, especially in hurricane, storm, it's so much more difficult after it's already happened.
Yeah,
it's so much more difficult.
I'm thinking about putting out a video here soon about just that, about what happened to us in the Puget Sound area when part of Seattle was taken over.
Yeah, your title is A Real Story from Bob, or real life story, or something like that.
Or Summer of Love, Summer of Love, my experience.
Yeah, right. And just kind of, because I like to hear those every so often because they're actually real life stories. It's not a fictional what if, right? This actually kind of happened and so on, right? I think this is why I those reenactments that I see on I Shouldn't Be Alive and all those stuff, those are based on real situations. Maybe the deals are slightly different names or whatever, but remembering, hey, that almost happened to me, or that could happen to me, or what would I do in that situation, right? And it gives you thinking ahead, right? A little bit more versus, it'll never happen to me.
Well,
it'll never be too hot here.
One thing that gives me a clear indication that something like that is going to happen is that recently in Washington State, you can no longer buy or sell an AR-15. No more. Almost anything semi-auto, you can no longer buy it or sell it. So what does that tell you?
Limitations.
Yeah.
And what happens when things are limited?
No, what that tells me is they want us, the conservative population, to be as unarmed as possible. So the radicals who run Olympia and Washington, D.C. have more chance of success. That's what it tells me.
Or reelected.
Yeah. Our governor, he sat back and didn't do much of anything until weeks into this, and then finally he called curfew, which is the next step to martial law. And as soon as they declared curfew at dark, that's what stopped it. That was the only thing that stopped it. When he got his knucklehead got his thumb out of his butt and decided to actually do something.
And you see that in different places. I mean, I can name different countries that gone through a curfew. It's just saying, curfew's in effect, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, he called out curfew.
You
and he
have the potential to be arrested if you're on the streets during this time.
Yeah,
or something like that. That's a deterrent. It's like, we don't want to see people.
I saw the local news where he called out the National Guard, and there was a line of police officers, and behind them was the National Guard. Some of the guards had M16s. A lot of them had these very long batons and body armor on. And first line is police officers. Behind them was the Army National Guard, and some of those guys were Army Rangers. They had Ranger tabs on their shoulders. Those guys are physical fit to a point where the average man is not going to hurt him. I saw them when I was stationed at Fort Lewis on a temporary duty with the Army. Those guys fist fight for fun. They stand in circles and they beat the crap out of each other all day. That's what they do every day. So the average
without
guy,
without training, it's just
no.
going to get a lucky punch in, and probably not.
They're built like national NFL players, and you can punch him in the face all you want. He's used to it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Just shrug it off, right?
Yeah, and
you get used to it.
His
After a
arms are
while.
this. Yeah, his arms are this big. Your arms are that big. Who do you think's going to win? Yeah, not me.
Not me.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to hit you. Please don't hit me back.
I was with an Air Force contingent on Fort Lewis, which is an Army post, and I was standing back watching the Rangers, and this is what they do every day. They use you know what Pugil sticks are? The button bayonet. They don't put helmets on. They get hit in the head, butt stroked, and they beat the crap out of each other all day. Then they go into circles of fist fighting and knife fighting, and then they have a circuit of going down on the ground. And these guys are punching the crap out of each other, and they get right back up. It's like, and I saw some of those guardsmen were Army Rangers in the National Guard. No, no, no. Time to go home. Time to break it up.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be able to match up to their skill and knowledge and experience level.
No. The average man can't. I mean, we cannot. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I remember being with the.
Just stand down. Just stand down. Just stand
exactly.
down.
Go home. Yeah. Go home. I remember seeing I was
go home and take care of your family.
Infantry guys, regular Army infantry, and the Rangers and the Special Forces were over in these two other locations. And even if a regular Army infantry goes over and talk to them, those Rangers will beat the crap out of them just for fun. You know, so yeah, they're scary people. They're very dedicated to what they're doing. These are your killers. You know. But that's
but their training is awful, probably.
It is
terrible.
It is.
Well, it's intensive, right? For that reason,
they push you to over your limits and more.
But I saw every Friday the infantry would put on their rucksacks and they send them out on a 20-mile march. The Rangers, their backpacks were bigger, and the Rangers were running for 20 miles with the huge backpacks on. It's like, scary.
Well, a normal infantry guy would probably throw up if we did the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. These guys are superb athletes. They're superb. They're like super soldiers, you know. Yeah, but yeah, touching on what CR said a moment ago, get stuff right now. Get it right now while it's available.
Yeah, I think that's probably the more important thing to remember. Like, I'm not saying the skills and knowledge and experience are important, but you know, in terms of the gear part of it or the resources, it's probably easier to do it now. Just like gardening.
Absolutely. Yep.
Don't just have the seeds, try them, because or like I said last week, right? Yeah, I think I said this last week. It's just like for the same reason why if you get a new smartphone, you're gonna try it right away. And that same reason, try the seeds beforehand. You know, make the stuff beforehand, right? Oh, I could do this if I had to.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
then show me that you can just do it right now. Then do it right now. Oh, I'm busy or whatever. Oh, come on.
Yeah, I'm pretty dedicated to this kind of stuff. I've been doing this for years, and while I'm sitting here during the afternoon or at night, especially during the winter, I don't like going outside and getting cold. You know, I'm a big baby.
Well, okay, fair enough. But I mean,
I sit here and I tie up.
Welcome back, Vanessa.
And wax dip fire starters, and what I'm working on right now is the camouflage covering. You know, that's what I do. What's what I do while I'm sitting here. And now I'm making fertilizer at the same time. You know, I don't waste my time. I'm not a guy who sits there and watches TV and drinks beer and doesn't do anything. I'm not one of those people. I just can't.
I'm not a
just
big.
can't sit still.
I can't stand.
It's not your
sit
style,
still.
Bob.
Correct.
I like to be doing
Mhm.
stuff.
Yeah.
You know, interactive.
And
This is why I don't usually watch stuff unless
and
I'm
that's
relaxing.
like what I said. If you find something that works for you, make more and keep making more and more
Yeah.
and more
Yeah.
and more.
Well, not only do you get proficient at it, you know, you perfect the quote unquote recipe. You know, because you kind of knows the slight.
Yeah.
Maybe I should put some holes into this. It works
But
better if I add some air holes into this.
we
I've
have
learned that before.
we have fire pit. We live on a dead end, and we have a fire pit like on Halloween, and sometimes during the summer we'll drag our fire pit out in the dead end, and last Halloween I showed them that I have a little bit of stuff because, excuse me, I showed
you.
up with some of my waxed fire starters, you know, a small box of them. And the neighbors were curious, you know, how do you make them? And I passed some of them around the crowd, and they were checking it out. And then also when I showed up, I had 2 propane lanterns and a candle in glass, and I put them behind us. You know, why are you setting those lanterns up? I said, well, you know, I'm old. I might trip over the curb when I go back.
Yeah. And you say it like that. Yeah. You just
Right.
kind of,
Right.
yeah.
But
We're kind of like.
But that was the night that when most of the neighborhood went off and went to bed, and the one family where the young man sleeps with a Glock 19, they were talking about where would we go during a volcanic eruption or a tsunami. They brought the topic up, so it's like,
oh,
that's
I know.
family.
It's just like next
That's
hour
the-
later, you're talking about it. It's like making
Right.
conversation.
Right.
It's like,
And then-
oh, hey, these guys think about it or openly talk about it.
They
you know?
already have a plan in place. And I spoke with the 2 youngsters, the son and daughter of a couple of the neighbors around a fire pit in the backyard. And the young man, who's the son of that family, he sleeps with a Glock 19. You know, so it's like, okay. And then talking to the lady across the street just yesterday, she said, yeah, I can protect myself and I expect trouble. I went, okay, we'll talk some
You know,
more.
it's kind of nice at times where, you know, you just bring something, someone asks about it, and next thing you start talking about the topic a little bit more and find out, hey, they kind of know a few things or doing a few things or whatever, right?
Yeah.
There's something about that, right? It's just like you didn't really say, hey, what are you gonna do at the volcano? What's up over here? You don't bring it up like that, but just slowly squeeze it in there, and then
Just kind of glide into it a little bit, and so I am cautious.
Test the water. Test the waters.
Right. I showed that I can build a fire, I can illuminate my house, and then later on that night I said, well, we plan on going this direction because we've got Filipino families over there who will take us in. And he said, well, we're going to go the other direction because we got a family that will take us in.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
But if the situation comes and you see them, you'll be like, well, you're probably the best person I've seen all day, kind of deal.
Yeah.
Like, because you would know a few things in advance, right? And that's the thing about preparedness. You're doing things in advance. You're proactive about it.
Right. And you've got to also kind of keep it on the low.
Yeah.
You know,
of course.
Especially
Operational
the
security.
Yeah.
Right. You know.
Yeah. Just
like
kind of
I've been talking to other people, right? They garden, right? And you know, they sort of bring up certain things. I don't go full into it, but with them, but you know, I just slowly, you know, they know how to start a campfire. They garden, right? And it's just like I kind of like hanging out with these people, right? Because it's just like it just feels like, you know, just talking around the campfire kind of deal, right?
Come to Iowa, Bob. Well, tell them to come to Iowa. Yeah, but I think I've noticed that some of my neighbors we're not radicals out here, guys. We're very conservative. The population is, and the little hints and stuff, These people care about where they live. They've been there for well-established families, many for over 20 years, and we're all more or less expecting trouble coming up in the next elections, because if old ice cream poopy pants doesn't get in office, this place is going to go crazy.
Probably.
All right, or if someone else stays in office, right?
That's what I mean. Yeah, if he does
Yeah,
not
it's
get in
either or.
office, oh boy.
Yeah, because I feel like this could happen here in Canada too in 2025.
It could be. Yeah, expected.
Yeah,
it,
because
CR.
I kind of, maybe it might not be as similar to the U.S. or whatever, but probably not as. It'll be its own thing.
Yeah.
Let's just say. Because I have a feeling that if someone doesn't actually change, then people are forced to change.
People are
change.
People are people, no matter what the borderline is. You know, all it takes is one to get something started.
Yeah. Snowball it down. Get that snowball effect going. Picks up momentum and all that stuff. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, go ahead, Bob.
The radical folks will not hesitate to burn your house down. They won't. They won't. It doesn't bother them a bit. That's why, or take you out of your car while you're stuck on the highway and beat the hell out of you or your wife or your kids. They won't hesitate, and they don't. They don't hesitate. They'll do it.
Yeah, because they don't fear it. They don't fear any of the consequences or anything like that.
No, they don't fear it. Correct.
So,
yeah, correct.
So, since they don't fear it per se, we're gonna have to be more prepared for it. And try to mitigate it as much as possible, avoid the situation as much as possible, right? You know.
Yeah, I'm reading grumpy old guy's comment there. Yeah, they're bound to go crazy again. That was a topic I just touched on with the neighbor across the street, and I've got a video that was sent to me by a lady in Florida about what's happening down in Central America, and it's scary, real. And this is the second time I've heard this from a credible source.
Yeah.
It was a fellow that was interviewed by Tucker Carlson recently, and yeah, it's not good, because that affects you guys up in Canada too.
Yeah, it'll trickle up here.
It will.
In the degree, one way or another, right? It might be slightly different, but it'll trickle up here, right?
Yeah, if I don't know, I'll share that video out a little bit, and then I'll probably make a little video about my experiences during 2020, summer of love.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I've been talking to other people, right? And I just, I don't bring up certain little things all the way, but I just, if they bring it up, then I'll be like, oh yeah, what do you think about this? I've been hearing about this or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, nowadays, you could talk about inflation like it's like a normal day conversation nowadays, right?
Yeah.
To a certain degree, right? People, because it's more kind of mainstream, everyone knows about it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you talk to them, and they're like, yeah, that's why we're growing a couple extra vegetables as much as we can and doing this things.
That's right, Shawnee. The door is open, and they're doing it on purpose. Yep.
Yeah.
Speak of the door with our political system here in the States, CR. Okay. The larger the head count in your state, the more state representatives you get in Washington, D.C. So these like right now,
it's very similar to here in Canada. The larger the population, the more representation you get.
The same thing. Yeah, that's what I thought. It would be similar. And
because that's why Ontario and Quebec have a larger MP presence.
And And that's the reason why some of this is being done. And if you notice, the states that are Democrat states, who are the radicals now, those are being filled up with the masses, so that they'll have more political party in Washington D.C. Not good. It's not good, but it's a long-term plan, and it's working. You know, well, like Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi, she was the Speaker of the House for this, and she was from the state of California, where a lot of these illegals are going in on the West Coast, because the whole West Coast is Democrat, and like New York is being packed full of them. New York, Democrat. Yeah, that's part of the reason why the doors are open, is so they can gain more political power for their party in DC. And I deeply feel that many of these radical groups that are bussed in and trucked in are paid for by the Democrat National Party. That's my feeling, because everybody says George Soros. Well, who the hell is he? I don't even know who that guy is. But the Democrat National Party is right here in the U.S., and I think they're paying for a lot of this stuff. Hopefully, some hitman won't come find me, but
Yeah, let's hope for that. I kind of like you, Bob.
well, they don't want me to die.
I gotta have a bromance with you here. No. Bob's like, yeah, okay, you're fired again.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, don't show up at my front door and follow me
Howie,
around
good
like
to see you, brother.
Don't follow me around like that
Hi, Howie.
freaking neighborhood guy did years ago. God,
Yeah.
damn,
Yeah.
man. That's ugh.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why like in the preparedness thing, when I'm like talking to people, I try not to push too hard in.
Yeah, I get it.
Because I need to test the waters, because I don't, certain
Well,
things,
yeah.
like it's winter time, people here in Canada can agree on certain little things, right? Oh yeah, the clothing, the layers, right? But if I start talking about something else, they're like, what? What's that?
Yeah, I can respect that, but I talked about once about a fellow named Jeff I worked with at Boeing. He asked me a couple questions when we were walking out to our cars at the end of the shift, and I told him no, and he respected my boundaries, and he never asked again. But and then he said, "Well, I'll never know until I ask." I said, "Okay, I got that, no problem."
All right, fair enough.
Still close, and we still work together, no problems. And he never did ask again, But when someone doesn't respect a guy's boundaries, that's when it's like, no, don't do that,
Yeah.
That was a neighbor I had. He did not respect my boundaries, and that's scary. That's somebody who's not quite right in the head,
Just like understanding people's different points of views and
certainly
what they stand, or metaphorically stand for and stuff like that, right? I respect that, right? In the same way I do respect your boundaries or whatever, respect mine, and
sure,
and all
certainly,
that stuff.
certainly,
yeah.
Well,
I don't always agree with everyone.
Of course,
we have common ground on stuff, right? Where like many of us grow gardens or grow things inside or whatever, right? So there's common ground there.
Yeah,
right.
I'm gonna have to bounce.
We all kind of like coffee, so there's common ground there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bounce, guys, because
Okay,
Mrs. will be home soon. Gonna go out on a nice dinner date tonight and listen to some live music.
Yeah, enjoy life, right?
You bet. Yeah.
Prepare, but enjoy life. Right.
Yep. Peace, everybody.
So you can still enjoy that life.
Peace.
Yeah.
Take care, Bob. I like how Bob just exited with and then you don't see him. But yeah. But yeah, Shadow. I mean, like different people, right? It's just like somehow it's always around the campfires for some reason at times, right? Like I got to know these other people a little bit more over the campfire. Like it was like it was actually the same time that I showed how to make the char cloth. Actually, it's that same video. In that same video, it was that same night because I met other people, right? I brought the fire glitter paste, right? Basically,
Yeah.
a way to make your own trip candle, right? People didn't know about it, but I showed them, right? And this lady's like, "How does it work?" And she kind of guessed how it worked, right? I was like, "Oh, you're pretty smart." And she's like, "Yeah, I paid attention to science class CR." I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I feel like and then if need be, I can ask them something or whatever, right? Or in a situation like a mutual assistance group or man or whatever I do. Okay, put that in the back of my head as it's possible.
Yeah.
What to say, right? And understanding stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because some of these this couple was older, right? Much older than everyone else that was there at that time, right? Because they were in their 50s or 60s or whatever. We're younger, all right, 30s, 40s, whatever, right? So it's just like, it's kind of cool that, can share a conversation, just talk or whatever, right? Because originally when I was reaching into the
Hey,
big
ladies
grab,
guy. Good to see you.
hi Sky, I was reaching in with the tongs with my wool sleeve on, right? She's like, "Aren't you done burning yourself?" I'm like, "Oh no, this is 100% wool. I'll be good, right? It's not done burning me, right? That's why I'm wearing it. That's why I brought it in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Right?" And she started to understand that, and then the conversation started to get going a little bit more, right? I was just like, and not only that, there are people and my friend that were there and started to understand that part of it too, right? It's like, oh, Cena's got this for a reason. Yeah, that's why I brought the tongs for a reason. So it's like now when I'm doing my charts, using my charting, the tongs, the wool sleeves come with me, so it's easier. So no matter if I gotta, because most of the time I gotta put it deeper in the fire, like at the base, right, where the coals are or whatever, right, or amongst the wood, right? So I don't want to burn myself. I'm trying to do this. That's not the way I want to start off the night, right? Because again, you'll get blisters and all this stuff. It's just a pain, right? Especially
Yeah.
if, like I said, if you're trying to make a fire in a survival situation or an emergency situation because you have to stay warm or cook or whatever, last thing you want is to burn your hand or get blisters on your hand, especially on your palm side, because you can't handle things if you have blister. If you have a blister on your palm or whatever, it's gonna be
Yeah.
annoying. It's gonna be annoying to
Yeah,
handle
it's
stuff because you
annoying.
feel it. Yeah, you don't feel that, right? So I'm
I
always
usually get blisters in this
yeah,
area.
yeah,
That is not
yeah,
very funny.
yeah. It's for the same reason why during like let's say a house fire or a building fire, right? You touch the back of you use the back of your hand to touch the handle to see if it's hot. Don't touch it with your palm because if you burn your palm, you have less dexterity. You won't be able to hold things important in your hands if you have to, or grab stuff, or hold
Yeah.
tools in your hand because you'll feel the pain of the blister, right? That's why they say use the back of your hand. You can still feel the heat, and not your palm to grab it, right? And you kind of do that quick tap on it. Is it hard or not? Kind of deal, right? Something I picked up too. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Because like I said, if you injured your palm side, you're less effective because it's gonna be painful to hold tools, a knife, whatever, right? Pews, whatever you want to be holding in your hands at that time, right? It's not just gonna be much more difficult, more painful, anyways, right? And that's something you can kind of mitigate to a certain degree, right?
Yeah.
It'll still hurt if you burn the back of your palm, back of your hand, but it'd be probably better than burning your palm, for example,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, because I've cut myself on my palm before accidentally, and just like, yeah, it's a little bit more painful handling certain things or grabbing something because you're trying to squeeze it in your palm or grab a handle or whatever. It's like, yeah. So trying to avoid injuries on your palm because you won't have it'll reduce your dexterity and all that stuff. Yeah, try to avoid that. I think this is why having like
Yeah, welding gloves are good.
yeah, something like that would help to a certain degree, right? You know, especially if you're handling like campfire or something like that, or doing stuff like that, right? That's why I'm always a big proponent of that because, yeah, kind of sucks when you get burned. Kind of sucks. It's kind of painful at times too, right? So, trying to avoid that whenever possible. You know, 'cause
Yeah.
you even see it in the movies too, right? It heavily reduces their dexterity, ability to hold or grab things.
Yeah.
Because the pain sensations of the burn or the blisters that you're trying not to pop. Because once you pop a blister, now the pain rushes in.
I agree
Give me a
with
moment.
that.
Yeah, keep talking. Yeah, so that's why I started to use wool as a barrier. That way, at least, like I've actually
Okay,
tried this out
how,
with wool. I've actually tried this out with wool mitts before that I have, right? I put a hot iron all the way up in my hand.
yeah,
I can still feel the heat, but it didn't burn me, right? So I'm like, oh yeah, this will provide me a degree of protection from heat, right? Because wool, 100% wool is naturally fire. I shouldn't say fire resistant, but heat resistant in terms of the transfer of the heat, right? Obviously, if
yeah,
it's hot enough, it's still hot enough, but you know, I held an iron with a wool mitt in my hand with it on at the highest setting. I'm like, yeah, it's warm, yeah, but in comparison, if it was cotton or whatever, right? Because the heat transfer is not transferring into my hand as fast
yeah,
and stuff like that, right? Because some of these campfires I have, yeah, they're pretty hot for what they are, right? I'm like, if I'm trying to make char cloth or char material in my tin, right? I gotta pull my tin out. Sometimes I gotta reach a little more with the tongs, right, or whatever, right? So it helps to have like a mitt, a wool mitt, or something, a barrier towards that, because the radiant heat itself, right? It's hot itself, right?
yeah,
Especially the larger the campfire is, right? The radiant heat so much, it's just like, yeah, because I already have to like do it in one split second. It's like grab it, it's like, right, pull it out right away, grab the tin with the tongs, and just pull it out of the fire right away, or kind of deal, right? Because I know it's already done, but I just need to dig it out from the coals because it's deeper in the fire pit, right? I mean, a lot of my friends have seen me make char cloth plenty of times, right? So
yeah,
I'm very familiar with the process now, much more. You know, just like how in that video of the char tin, I actually showed the flame from the opening of the tin because it was still that hot. The 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 gases were so hot still that they could still ignite, even though it's out of the fire, just because the tin itself is that hot still, right?
yeah,
So I wanted to show that part of it, right? It's in that same way why you can get gasification. Because pretty much making charcoal or gasifier, it's pretty much the same thing except for on a grander or bigger scale. Because basically the fumes are combustible. You're just kind of gathering them up or condensing it out to use it
yeah,
for
yeah,
another time. Because
yeah, I
most time when
agree
you're
with
making
that.
charcoal, you let all that smoke or vapors out, right? For a reason, so you're left with carbon. But in this case, you're trying to capture that gasification, right? Oh, sorry, I kind of burped there. But yeah, that's the reason why you do it. So yeah, I understand that process. I've never made a gasifier, but I'm pretty sure I can understand at least the basics of the process of it.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Hey,
some of the stuff.
good to see you.
Oh, what's up? What's up, Jason? How are you doing?
Why am I not surprised? Food is being talked about on CR.
I didn't even talk about food. Whatever, whatever, J2. Like, like seriously, I'm trying to not talk about it, and you guys always want to bring it back up on me. But yeah, like I said, doing this stuff in advance, right, gives you a little bit more understanding, knowledge about experience with it too, right? And
Yeah.
preparedness is about preparing beforehand, right? Being proactive beforehand and not reacting later on unnecessarily for something that you could save time by doing beforehand or stress beforehand, right? And it comes back to what I said earlier with Mob. You're doing this while the grid's still up, while it's still relatively easy to attain something, gather the resources, be able to get that food, right?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, rice, beans, whatever it is, right? Ramen, whatever it is, right? Learning about it beforehand, right? It's probably better to make the mistakes now than later when it's really, really important. As much as possible, right? Because you've learned the errors of doing it beforehand, right? You learned your lessons from before, right? It doesn't matter if you're making fire for the first time without a lighter in a fire pit and you've never gone camping, right? You'll learn something from that that experience itself, right? It'll show you the ways if you need to dip into those ways. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like this one time I tried to make fire in the middle of winter and realized, yeah, I need to make a better base for the fire. Because very much my combustibles would burn, but it would go out because it's touching the ground. There's no ground, right? So I realized, yeah, there's a reason why they say to put a base down for a fire, especially if it's wet on the ground, damp, snow, or whatever. Or you try to dig down as deep down to the dirt as much as possible, down to ground level as much as possible, or you put it on a platform, something like that, right? I'm like, oh yeah. I ran into that one time that I tried it out. That was fun. That was a good experience right there. I just tried it out one night. Well, I had a backpack of stuff with me, but I mean, like, yeah, I realized, that was a veil. Thank goodness this wasn't an emergency situation, or else I'd be more screwed, right? I had a home to go back to, right? Or whatever, right? So, there to learn those things beforehand as much as possible, right?
Yeah,
because I
exactly.
think people who get into trouble is because they've never tried something and it fails, or unpredictable things that they didn't see coming that they may have saw or known about if they tried it before. If that makes any sense, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I've seen like that fire starting story with my friend, right? When I've gone camping, this gentleman probably was older than I am at that time, right? With his kid, he's trying to start a fire at a campsite nearby, within shouting distance, right? I'm like, he's like trying to, even with a lighter too, right? He had sticks, right? But I just came by with a simple tool, like a cutting tool. Actually, I came by with the Mora. And what I did was I started to make feather sticks, right? And I explained, we got to increase the surface area, right? Increase the surface area, right? Just because you have a lighter doesn't, it gives you flame, but does not guarantee fire itself, right? Because I've seen people, right? This is why a lot of the time around here, anyways, probably everywhere else, right? People use cardboard. I get that, as a tinder source. I get that, right? But when I see people without it, it's just like I always like, because they don't have that nice easy fire starter, right? Whatever it is, right? Well, you gotta go back to the basics of fire starting, right? Increase the surface area of what you do have. Try to dry it out the best you can, right? Friction rub it, put it in your pocket, warm it back up, let it sit in the sun so it dries out, right? And stuff like that. Because I've had like campsites where it's starting to rain or whatever. It's just suddenly, right? Just really quick, right? We covered the wood, but it's kind of got damp, right? The sun would come back on. I'd be like, hey, we got to expose this wood back to the sun. Why? CR? Because it's wet, right? Right now it's sunny. It's clear out. The sun just came back out, all right? Let's dry out this wood so we don't have to worry about it later. while the sun,
Yeah.
the resource of the heat is there for us, let's dry it out, right? And something like that, right? So I'm always thinking like that is like, yeah, because it's being more proactive, right? Instead of just letting it sit in the shade and stay wet. Let's dry it out in the sun a little bit more. So when we do use it later tonight, it's gonna be dry and probably burn better. Just because it's not damp, for example, right? Less smoke, less steam or whatever, right? So I always try to remember that kind of stuff as much as possible. Because like I said, I've seen people when I go camping from our campsites, right? I'm like, I see them trying to start their campfire, I'm like, or show an example of it or whatever, right? Or show their kid or whatever. I'm like, you know, I always remind them, surface
Okay,
area,
Nancy,
right?
take care, stay safe, and God bless.
Take care of our treasure home. You know, it's just one of those things, right? Because if you really did need that fire to warm up or whatever, you're probably wanted doing its thing, right? So, you know, when in doubt, increase the surface area with fire for the fire starter or whatever, right? It's the same reason why teasing like your con ball, your con pad, if you're using that as a fire starter, even those solid fuel tablets, right? If you're trying to spark it up with even with just sparks, try to increase the surface area, get some finer dust or shavings into it, right? It's the same reason why feather sticks are usually quite useful, right? Or making, because you're increasing the surface area, right? To catch the spark or even the flame itself, right? Because the increased surface area generally increases the amount of surface area that the air or oxygen can hit it, which in turn will develop a bigger, longer lasting flame or hotter flame. And hopefully, you know, you get that campfire that or survival fire that you do want relatively quickly versus having to struggle a lot with it, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's why one of my secret things is using a pump. I picked that up from one of my other friends, right? He used a foot bomb. Now I just bring up foot. They used a foot bomb, right? It's just like, yeah, we never had issues. When I bring the balloon pump, I never have issues, right? Because even if it's kind of marginal type of wood, kind of damp or whatever, I'll just add in more air in to raise the temperature by increasing the amount of air that it can use to combust or use
Yeah,
for the fire, right? Increasing the one part of the fire triangle, right? Then in turn it
yeah,
adds more heat, and it combusts. The fuel burns better. Then eventually I'll get to a way that it's less smoky and all that stuff, right? Or let's just say people are cold. It's a cold night or whatever, right? I've had situations where, you know, like October where it's like just about freezing, right? Hey, we're wearing jackets and all that stuff, right? I'm like, well, I don't think, and we had this big fire that we were planning it out, right? We set it up, right? After we started like a fire starter or whatever, I used the balloon pump to kind of get that going, so we wouldn't have to wait for that kind of intermediate time of it trying to catch. I'm just accelerating the process a little, right? Because you know there was kids around and for the ladies too, right? They were like looking cold. I'm like, okay, don't worry. I just did it for 5 minutes after that. No one really had to like worry. We just because we just put fuel on, it burned, right? Because the fire just got that hot. We to the point where it's self-sustaining to a certain degree, right? I'm just like I went just pumping air into it, and it's like, are you guys warm enough? Yeah, yes, you are. Okay, we're good. Okay, I'll stop. Right? You know what I mean? I still remember that time with my friends. That's fine. Sometimes you can just learn just by doing it, right? By experiencing yourself or helping other people doing it too, right?
yeah.
You know, reminding people every so often. If you add some more air in, it might help. If you liberate the heat, it might burn better. Or it's like splitting. Sometimes splitting wood helps because you increase the surface area, right? You're not adding more air into it or heat, but you're increasing the surface area of stuff like wood or whatever to be able to burn. And I know I got to remember sometimes it does help. Sometimes we struggle. I don't have the pump with me or whatever for whatever reason, right? Because I didn't plan it like that. But we're like, okay, maybe let's increase the surface area, guys. You know, split the wood. You know, and next thing you know, yeah, the campfire's going. You know, and we're all nice and warm. You know, 10 minutes later, we're all having s'mores. It's all good. All right, no one's stressing about it or whatever. Or maybe it's just, you know, the mosquitoes that are happening, right? The bugs or whatever, right? So you just want to get that just for that aspect of it, right? Aspect of deterring the mosquitoes around, right? It's just like, and you just want that right away, right? Because, you know, the bugs are bad, right? So it's nice to know that you can do it in a certain way, right? And be able to get it done.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's that time because it's the top of the hour. Because I'm surprised we went this long, and I just lost the rights. I just lost the rights on the headset again, and my battery's almost high because I don't have plugged it right. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it's time to wrap things up now.
Yes, and I do have something to mention to you in the backstage again. Hey! These are the benefits of knowing me backstage and talking to me in a private chat. I share a couple extra things every so often.
Okay.
Sneak peeks. I always give Shadow a sneak peek on something or insight on something I'm working on.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So, anyways, like always, thanks for having me on. I know I kind of rambled for a bit, but there is some things I wanted to say. Like I said,
you're very welcome.
I tried to. Yes.
It's always a pleasure.
Yes, it's always nice to see everyone. Johnny, Keelan, I know Garden Girl. Wherever
Thanks,
Hondo
guys,
is.
for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Yeah, too.
Take care, stay safe, and God bless. We all need it. Until the next week, next time, same channel, same day.
Later, Jason. Take care, everyone.
Take care. Thanks for stopping by.
And with that,